Objection calls your hearsay leading. Objection leading. Objection leading. Objection hearsay. Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. Objection hearsay and lack of foundation. Objection relevance. Objection compound. Objection leading. Objection hearsay. Objection hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
We'll move on.
Do you know how excited I am to say goodbye to that witch? I don't want her in my life anymore. We will rarely talk about her unless she jumps from a building.
She's not going anywhere. Get ready for the Netflix reality series. I'm telling you, it's a no-brainer. Get ready
string
for
of
it.
Cinemax movies that she's going to have to sign for. Okay. Hello, everybody.
We have Crazy Robin, A. Smith. Oh, that was hours ago. She's still here all the time. Texaho, David C., Scott Bay. Hello, Crazy Robin's mental health.
Oh, okay. You cut out for a minute.
Okay.
So whatever you just said.
I said insane knowledge of mental health. Crazy Robin's knee deep in it, doing the Lord's work.
The Wi-Fi is just freshly booted, so maybe it just hiccuped for a second. It should be okay. We not much of a preamble today. Just hello, everybody. We got to jump right into it. This is another one. Our weekend shows are going to be a lot of media stuff. So juggling multiple balls and get to the chat as best as I can. So let's get this stuff started here. We're going to start with, before I start, do you have anything to say to that?
No, I'm with you. That was my idea. I think we got to launch right into the preamble. I mean, it's hard to even from Ray Liotta to Courtney Love to Sean Bett to Stuttering John and Monique to G Canada to Hooper 45 to Movie Jail to the box office bombs. You have those, right? The string of
Yes.
to Gina Bobina to Andrew Morgan. It's crazy. So
everything you sent me.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So we're gonna launch into the. I hate, we're gonna have shows where we just completely are beholden to the chat. We fuck around and riff off it with no pressure whatsoever. We're a prisoner to the clips and a prisoner to. We do this on Radio Gunk all the time. We have like an overproduced show where we're constantly harried to get back to the clips. It's nice to not have that once in a while.
Mm-hmm. So let's start in with a video that you had mentioned to me yesterday, where you were studying the choreography of one Mr. Sean Bett.
Yeah, NA, welcome. And I want to thank you once again, sir, for the Kate Moss unauthorized biography, because it was such a great, people just dismiss her as, I think we know way more about that and their relationship than anybody else has talked about in all of the media and YouTube. No one has any knowledge of that. There's so much stuff I didn't know, and I can't thank you enough for that lead.
Mm-hmm. So this is Depp leaving the court Friday, his last day, and he will not be there for the verdict. I don't blame him, but he has a job in England anyway. She also announced she will not be there, which shocks me because...
Oh, isn't it Beck? Isn't he doing a
he's playing with Beck. He did a show last night, I guess, and there's a video on Twitter of it. I just glanced at it. I didn't look at it, but it looks like Johnny Depp's just ripped his suit off and he's playing a guitar on stage.
The only one who plays more instruments than David is Beck.
Yeah, I gotta say too, before we put this court issue, this 6 weeks of court to bed, I'm going to kind of miss Benchu. And Benchu is the kind of guy who's never done anything wrong in his life. And I don't know how I'm going to get through my workday without, turning on a stream and looking at Johnny Depp sitting there.
So much so, the man making $1,000 an hour carries his own lectern into the court with him.
Yep.
Not even an assistant does it. That's how egoless that guy is.
Uh-huh. And Camille looked fantastic in her white. And I promised no preamble, so let's start a video. And watch these. Oh, I got to share. That would help. Hold on. Still learning this garbage.
I know. It's the multitasking is, I think, easily the hardest part.
Yeah. Okay. Now let me see. Make sure we are full screen. Okay, it looks like we are.
Let's set the scene here. This is Friday afternoon, leaving the courthouse after a seemingly victorious. Go ahead, sir.
Let's hope for the final time, Mr. Depp. And I gotta say,
launching into, I should say, Northern Virginia, Southern Maryland, Washington D.C. traffic. From what I understand, and I don't know if John O'Reilly's in here, is some of the harshest traffic in the country at rush hour.
Oh God, yeah.
So they're just getting into it here, and they're at a light. And I think that their drivers and security's biggest nightmare, SEAL Team Depp, is to hit a light with just these maniacs. They live for this, and they swarm his SUV, and he handles it great. Depp handles it great, but we'll get to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Get out of traffic, guys. Get out of traffic. You're gonna get hit. Get out of traffic.
Johnny, what do you think? Johnny, how's Camille doing? What do you think of those rumors that you're dating Camille?
That's what you're focused on.
I wish.
Can you say hi, Sam?
Go ahead.
No, go on.
Oh, no. Okay. All right.
Johnny, can you say hi, Sam? He'll never believe you. Sam.
Yeah, here.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Oh, my God.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you,
Johnny,
Johnny.
what do you think of the last?
He can't hear you.
Okay, I'm going to use my you're the one that gets a ticket. That driver did not signal when he went into the right lane. I saw no signal.
He's got to get out of there. Look at those freaks.
I know.
All right.
I guess security departs from him. Depp parts from him right about where that is. So he usually had a police escort right up until a certain point. They can't hang with him forever, and I guess that's where they disengage. And his security's biggest nightmare and drivers is traffic at that point, because they could just he's running there. And then Sean Bett, right out of like late 90s LAPD, he jumps out of the car kind of as it's still rolling.
Yeah.
Which can be dangerous. Even 5 miles an hour, that's dangerous.
Well, these weirdo women who probably think he's the father of their children at home, like that one broad did, are just rushing the car with something in their hand. I don't know if he can tell for sure that they're phones. So he's got to do something. I like the move, though, the jumping out of the car and just standing in front of Depp's door.
Well, they're playing good cop, bad cop, too. So Depp has to graciously roll the window down. Like, somehow celebrities have aren't there tint laws in every state where somehow you say, oh, I'm a celebrity, I get my windows can be tinted, but yours can't. It's like a 5% tint or something, meaning only 5% light gets into the car. And so somehow if you're a celebrity, you're allowed to have tinted windows, but civilians aren't. There's laws I don't even understand. So he rolls them down. He's got to walk the walk and be gracious to all the Depp heads. Which is his natural inclination anyway, but you know what I mean? Like he has to keep that character up, even in a situation like that. And then Sean Bett plays good cop, bad cop. I'm
laughing at
Melvin.
Cooper. Arm should throw himself in front of the car so Sarah can type in the window.
So Sarah can. Well, you need an escort walking your little Salem's Lot walks you do, right? Where you missed the chat. You were in and out. I recommend that everybody got on board with getting you an FBI windbreaker to walk around, and nobody will come near you. I told him you did a tuck and roll.
I'd probably be arrested for impersonating an officer of some sort, a federal officer, and I'd be the one going to prison instead of the man trying to follow me through the bushes.
John O'Reilly said that can be, and then there's a caveat to that rule. There's a you can fight it, or there's a way around it. You can tweak the clothing, so there's a technicality that you can't get busted for that.
Oh, okay. I will look into it. Let's see. Okay, we have another video.
Ayla, that's so wise. He has tinted windows, tinted glasses. How much does he really see in life?
There was a comment too about how he probably couldn't hear. His hearing is shot in one ear, and she actually mocks him for his lack of hearing in one of the audios. But yeah, he can't hear what they're saying, especially with that music blaring. That I
Yeah.
hope we don't get a copyright because that was fair use and transformative content, and we were talking over it efficiently. But we have another video I just want to get out of the way. This is Courtney Love chiming in, the effervescent Courtney Love. Let
Welcome,
me
Texo.
share
Montreal
that,
1.
and then we will get into the real meat of our episode. Oh, Lord, all these pop-ups. All right.
More pop-ups than
Then you.
a Japanese businessman at Palatio's Gentlemen's Club and all stuff.
And this, of course, is on her phone, you know, the TikTok generation. So let me play this. Hopefully we can hear it.
I don't really want to make judgments publicly. I just want
Why
to tell
not?
you that
When has that ever stopped you before?
Mm-hmm.
gave me CPR in 1995 when I was outside the Viper Room with Sal.
Oh, Sal Jenko.
Johnny, when I was on crack,
Very.
Francis was having to suffer through that with all these social workers.
Mm.
Wrote her a 4-page letter that she's never showed me on her 13th birthday. Didn't even really know me. Then he sent limos to her school where all the social workers were crawling around. Again,
One of them was Crazy Robin.
for her
I'm
and all
telling
her
you.
go to both Pirates, did a bunch of times, gave her own seat with her name on it. I've never seen one of those Pirates movies, but she loved them. And,
I don't believe that.
you know, she said to me when she was 13, Mommy, he saved my life. And she said it again. And he gave her own trailer. I mean, I love you.
Okay. So that's Courtney Love. She has since backtracked and said she should never have made a comment. Why not? You didn't do anything, you know, that would
Because
offend.
she compared herself, and I bet you she's reached out. She's nuts, you know. Obviously she's nuts. But when has it ever stopped? When has she ever been sheepish about a psychotic, bipolar opinion in her life? And now this is she. It's always about her kind of projection and her ego. She compared herself to Amber Heard, and I don't know if you heard this quote, but in the article that she's insinuating, she said, I know what it's like to be the most hated woman in America. So
Yeah.
who knows that story better than you?
Oh God, absolutely. There, those late 90s, even through when she was trying to make her push as a movie star and she had that Golden Globe nomination
Yeah.
somehow.
Man on the Moon. Man on the Moon.
No, it was People versus Larry Flint.
Oh, was she in Man on the Moon too? Wasn't she in Man on the Moon too?
Yeah, she played his
Okay.
girlfriend. That was like her next
Andy
role.
Kaufman, right.
Or 2 roles later. She was in an indie film too, but anyway. She couldn't get past, you know, the accusations of her killing Kurt Cobain. So she tried to make a comeback, and then she got into even more hardcore drugs in to the mid 2000s. So we know the story. But yeah, Johnny Depp gave her CPR in 1995 outside the Viper Room as
So
she's smoking
then
crack.
she doesn't even explain her own biography well there. She can be very well spoken sometimes, and you know her brain. You know Depp's erratic speech is getting killed during this and hyperanalyzed. What is with hers, by the way? Sometimes she's utterly, totally articulate, and she could, and then there's that. She's all over the place.
She is, I think, in my opinion, studying her as I have for 30 years, she is a brilliant woman. However, many things done to her, and I'm not even saying, you know,
How much is
sexually.
it? How much is it a put on? How much is it an
I
affect?
don't know.
It's shtick.
I don't know. But her father gave her acid as a child.
Well,
So I
yeah,
think that probably flipped a few switches in the brain that she
yeah,
could never recover from at that
right.
age. But Yeah, that's Courtney Love. I think she's very smart. She's very calculated, and that's where I'll leave it.
So as the story goes, and she doesn't explain it well, Depp steps in, and Depp's got to be attached to every fucking rock, no matter it's the grunge movement, if it's dinosaur rockers, and so embroiled in social workers, probably with child protective services, called on. I mean, you know the story better than I do, and I'm sure Balo does, and I really think you two should do a grunge rock podcast called Mookie
That
Blaylock.
kid, from the minute she was born, was surrounded by social workers.
Exactly.
She was
So
taken out of their custody almost immediately after she was born so they could investigate whether Courtney Love was actually doing heroin or not. They were, and she did heroin into her pregnancy. It's debatable whether, when she actually stopped. She said she stopped when she found out. Who knows? He never stopped.
Texo, that's sweet. She writes, "Ah, if only Depp stood down and didn't
I
administer
know.
CPR." Oh God.
I saw the crime scene photo of his head. I don't think CPR would have helped. But he was wearing a Tom Peterson watch. And if you know anything about Oregon, I'm very jealous. I want a Tom Peterson watch.
Gina Bobina goes, "I got 2 Golden Globes for you right here." Oh,
Going through chat
I hate when
here.
celebs backtrack and scared to take back what they say.
I know.
She's
It's
so
pussy.
torn. She's interesting because she's so ridiculously torn. But how do you not take the side of the guy while you're having social workers just
I know.
eviscerate you? Sends limos, not during that, but later on when she's in middle school, I guess, in 2006, sends limos to take her and her gaggle of friends. I'm talking about Frances Bean, the Cobain daughter,
Mhm.
to pirate screenings, and then has a party afterwards for her birthday. I mean, that should stick in your brain. And I don't care what he does at that point. You can't, because you're so egomaniacal. You relate to Amber Heard being the most hated woman in America, and so now you're
Mhm.
torn.
Mhm. He wrote her that 4-page letter when she was 13, and she credits him with saving her life. I'm talking about Frances Bean. I'm shocked. I got to tell you, I'm shocked Courtney Love
Has
went straight.
Frances Bean commented on Depp at all over the
No,
years?
she doesn't
And then
comment on much.
we first started doing this. Actually, it might have been before the trial. I think it was way before the trial. We discovered that Depp bought Frances Bean paintings. Oh, that was one
Yeah,
of the things that was taken out of the penthouses, right?
yeah, we have. I showed the painting that Depp purchased allegedly, but yeah, that's in one of our episodes. I put them side by side.
Was it the NFT one?
No, we compared. Context here. Sorry, I'm rambling. We put her photo or her painting next to Kurt Cobain's paintings, and they're very similar. That was
Just
the
want,
talk we had in that episode.
just want to say hi to David. He says, hosting my mom, Martha Ray, from out of town. Yes, she's 143 years old, so I can't hang today. Looking forward to listening. Nope, David, thank you for checking in. That's more than we deserve. And I owe you, hold me to it, too. I owe you the history of Howard Stern, the entire set. I have it in
That's very
more ways
nice.
than one. Oh, who doesn't
Very
deserve it?
nice. Sorry, David, you can't stick with us here, but yeah, listen later. Let's see. Do you want to do the film stuff next?
The screenshots of
Yeah,
if that's easier for you, sure.
I have it right here, so we can dive into that.
Okay,
Let
so
me.
it goes in chronological order from this is kind of when I think this is really the downward spiral of his box office appeal, and this is what the succubus's side is trying to
Mhm.
prove, that he had sabotaged his own career monetarily before she came along, and they have a point.
Can you read it?
I'm having it's a little small for me. If you can
Okay.
somehow
I
expand
don't
it.
think I can't expand it.
Hmm.
It's a PDF. Let me see. Hold on.
If you could see it and read the year and the budget, yeah.
That's as good as it gets.
I mean, that's still.
I can give you I'll read everything. It's fine. Okay, so we have The Tourist from 2010. You want me to give the plot?
Don't worry about the plot. Just give the
Okay.
year. So this is when I feel, and this is me tracking it in my life in the last decade, when I started to my Deppy sense started to go off. What
Mhm.
the choices, and it's not even about kind of box office along with the questionable choices, and I couldn't. This is sort of the beginning, and everybody's, oh, it's Depp and Jolie. It's a no brainer. Who cares what the plot is? It's completely lazy, and who cares? And she looks ridiculously skeletal and
Yeah, she always does
anemic
though.
and pale. I mean, more so than ever in this.
Mhm.
She's straight up not attractive in this movie, which is bizarre because she
Yeah.
walks in a room and they try to make it look like the room just stands still, and he looks like, I mean, I've never seen, he's mailing it in more than Karl Malone and Cliff Clavin in this. He's smoking the brown cigarette. He's playing some version of himself. He's mumbling his lines. It's the laziest performance I've maybe ever seen in his life, and it's
Mhm.
just an excuse for the two of them to get in the same movie.
Okay, so we have the budget was $100 million.
God
Uh,
damn it!
Released on December 9th, 2010. Oh, that was in South Korea. December 10th here in the United States. It made worldwide 278 million and some change. So 70 million of that, or 67 million of that, was in the US.
That stinks.
Yeah, it's not
That
great.
stinks.
I mean,
He gets the two of them. What do you think? There's no way they took a pay cut for this.
no,
He
and he
had to
looks
be
like Eddie Vedder.
getting. Yeah, he's trying to look like Eddie Vedder in this. Between the two of them, that American budget, I bet you it's $35 million. They're both their
Yeah,
salaries.
yeah, I would say so. And they have like the biggest. There was a video I watched on YouTube. I haven't seen this movie. Um, his biggest like sex scene. That's what they call the video.
Oh,
It's just him.
he's hunter
It's
sexual, as David said. He's not.
mhm,
He. I mean, you could tell with the Amber stuff. And this is a credit to him because it's not a grandstanding kind of. He's very just kind of like almost Morrissey, asexual with sex scenes. He's very just. He doesn't. It's not his thing. He doesn't feel good in him. He doesn't. He's uncomfortable. It's and you can tell he looks very very. It's maybe Don Juan DeMarco has stuff that's a little more in it, but that's kind of the character, and it's done kind of a tongue
mhm.
in cheek kind of way. But
Yep.
it's not his MO.
Yeah. But his big sex scene in the movie apparently was just him eye fucking Jolie as he walked through the room.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. So next one, we have the Rum Diary. Ugh.
Okay, so this is where it all started. This
Yeah.
is why we're here. This is why the trial. This is everything. This is why. This is all. This is the mother lode of ground zero for pussy fogdom. And so, what do you
Hmm.
have? The budget is
The budget was 45 million.
that's crazy for this movie.
Domestic, it earned 13 million. International, it was 17 million for a total of 30 million and some change.
So it lost 17 million internationally. From what
Hmm.
I understand, the goal, I think, and I've heard this from a few people, is you want to double. This is the least you want. Internationally, you want to double your budget internationally. That's the lowest expectation,
Yeah.
especially when you have huge stars like him in this. And this was, again, if anybody didn't see the Rum Diary, it's a watered down, no pun intended, strip all the things that make Hunter S. Thompson interesting and do a movie it's like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas light. Not even light.
Hmm.
It's one third the calories of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and it's just lacking all the personality. It's based on a Thompson book, and this is Depp's dying wish to Thompson. He was going to turn this into a movie, and he published the book, and it's very very just astonishingly mediocre, forgettable. And this is where Amber Heard got her hooks into him.
I did watch this movie. I hated my life the entire time. I couldn't wait for it to be over. I didn't care in that scene when she was in the club and she was in danger of being attacked by multiple men. I didn't even care. That's how much I hated her in the movie and hated him for putting her in the movie at the time.
But when you watched it, you knew how all this is going down too. So you're
Hmm.
gonna hate her even more than you did initially. And I've said this a million times on this, that Scarlett Johansson, and you could hear when Amber Heard talks, you can hear her trying to adapt Scarlett Johansson speaking cadence. It's all over the trial. It's just
Hmm.
every pronunciation. And Keira Knightley, who he had a relationship with from who has this another rumored tryst with her, the Pirates films. So those two were up for it. They couldn't afford them, and you could see. I don't even know how the budget. That's a lot of money for that. You watched that movie. How is it that much money?
I don't know.
45 million for that movie? Where
Yeah,
did that go?
I don't know. Just maybe location. The location where it was filmed was expensive. I can't tell you. And
I don't
they
know.
did have to get some period piece wardrobe, I guess,
It's
from
not a
the
super
50s and the
duper
60s.
cast.
He drove his own car in the movie, so
Yeah.
maybe shipping the car over. I don't know.
I can't quantify where that money went for that. I
Mhm.
really can't on any level.
Her spray tan. She's almost black. All right, Dark Shadows, which I have seen. I'll give you
Came
the
out the
numbers.
same day as the Avengers. Avengers 1.
Not good.
Tim Burton movie.
2012, the budget was $150 million. It made domestically 80 million, 79 million, international 165 million for a total of 245 million and change.
What's the budget again?
150.
Wow.
So it had
Wow.
a profit of what, 95
Well,
million?
think about the premise, right? This is a dark comedy, tongue-in-cheek comedy based on a soap opera nobody remembers but Depp and Burton from the 70s
I
that was
remember
on
it.
after school. And
Yeah.
somehow they're granted a budget almost to $200 million for this. And I can't again, and you watch it and you just go, where did the money go?
Yeah.
I mean, there's some like elaborate Burton sets and stuff, but it is Depp's fine in it. He plays a vampire tongue in
Yeah.
cheek. He's fine.
It's fine.
It's average at best.
I
And
liked it
never.
more than I thought I would, but it's not great.
But could you imagine where that money could have went and how many other projects they could have
Mhm.
chosen? And the offers he gets, and this is what happened. And it was, I think universally, I think it was like a C minus. You know, no one liked it. It was completely devoured by the Avengers that came out on the same day. And again, you're expected to make internationally at least twice your budget, at least.
Mhm.
And it's a huge bomb. And this is now three. What is this? We're on 3. This is all in a row. This is all in succession. So we started at 2010, and now I'm start. So now I'm online, and I'm kind of going, and I saw this, and I walked out to go to the Avengers. I saw them on the same day, as you could see too, in the same day. And I just remember that was when I started to go, okay, what's going on? His production company is all over this, and I started to question his decisions mightily this very day when this came out. This is when my wheels started spinning.
Okay, what do we got next? Lone Ranger, Tonto Man. Okay. Came out in 2013. Budget, of course, was a paltry $215 million.
Jesus Christ.
It made domestic plus international, it made a total of $260 million. So I did watch this movie.
Internationally,
Internationally,
total,
it was 171 million.
and a total of 260, and the budget was what is again?
The budget was 215 million.
Okay, so now you're getting an idea of why Disney is now this is based on his star power. I mean, this is him at the height of his star, and this is him after the Pirates movies. Like, well, Gore Verbinski's direct. We're going to take the Pirates formula. I'm going to turn it into the Lone Ranger, and here we go. And this was a huge. This is one of the reasons why Disney kind of cut him off. This is a. Hey, there's Monique. I'm just jumping here to tell John to check his text messages better. Okay. Thank you, Monique. I listened to the John interview. Phenomenal job as usual. You are the Savannah Guthrie of the Stern universe. And I thank you for that clip. We're going to play one of your clips later about the Deppening, which you generously kind of threw in at the end. You didn't even have to do it. I can't thank you enough for that. And we're going to play it at
Thank
the
you
end.
very much, as usual, for everything you do.
Tuesday or
But
Wednesday.
I'm not happy I have to play Stuttering John on my show, so thanks a lot. I agree. It is a very bloated, I wouldn't say shit movie. I tolerated it, but it was way too long, by like an hour and a half at least. And every time I think of Lone Ranger, I think of the fappening photos of Amber Heard that were
Yes,
released,
Tonto Man.
and her writing Tonto Man on a piece of paper. It's just gross. All right. Lone Ranger was surrounded in bad press. I actually like this movie. I think maybe I was the only one. No, Ayla. Like I said, it's not horrible, but yeah, he got a lot of shit for playing a Native American.
Yeah.
I get,
Which that's the second
but
time he's played a Native American. So the movie
mhm.
no one's seen but me, The Brave, which he directed in 1996, he plays an actual, like, you know, pauper, kind of destitute, middle. I want to say it's set in like South Dakota. I think they
I
shot
think
it.
so. Mhm.
Yeah, and it is one of those reservations where it's just complete, like, looks like a homeless commune. And he makes a deal, and he got Marlon Brando out of retirement. Marlon Brando had done Don Juan DeMarco, and so he gets him to do this, and Brando has a glorified cameo at the end, and it never got released. It was loved at Cannes, and then got pissed on. The reviews that came out contradicted all that, and it's totally worth the watch. It's the only movie he ever directed, and he and his brother Danny co-wrote the screenplay.
Okay. I might watch that this weekend
But
before
he
I go back
played
to
an
work on
actual,
Tuesday.
and this is the taunt that Depp was a fan of. But here's the thing, and I say this all the time. We've had Deppinings where you have to remember, and this is where Depp's senility, and this is where it's his fault, because he got the movie made, his production company's on it, his name got the movie launched. There's no way they're throwing $250 million budget at a Lone Ranger film if he's not in it and his star power. There's just no way. There's no way. His senility comes into play because he brags that he doesn't keep up with movies that are being made and all that stuff, and the way the Hollywood machine and what's come out. Well, in order to be unique, in order to be original, which how he made his bones in the 90s, you have to know what has been made to not make it again. You have to know what's failed before you. You have to follow it. In order to be a great artist, you have to know what didn't work in order to be original. That's completely contrarian to what. So you have to, I don't care how shallow it looks, you have to know that the Wild Wild West with Will Smith and Kevin Kline and Salma wouldn't work. Jonah Hex, Cowboys and Aliens are all big piles of antiquated pieces of shit. So in order to not make but look, I blame Disney as well. You should know, if that failed, why would this work? And who even remembers a Lone Ranger at that point in 2013? Who's asking for it? So that's a major chink in his armor.
I agree with Gina Bobina. I blame Depp for nothing, especially after this trial. I have fallen in love with him
that's
even
charisma.
more.
That's his superpower. He can't. He can squander a $250 million budget and nobody holds him accountable for it. But he kind of was.
Yeah. Monique, I blame Depp for I can't even read. Depp for the failures. He is a high ticket guy. The expectation is to bring in the numbers based on his appeal.
That's exactly right. She's right. She's spot on. The movie would never have gotten made without his name on it. She's spot on.
Well, like oh God, who's the white guy? I don't like Lone Ranger, first of all.
Oh, Armie Hammer's in that. Armie Hammer's a disaster now.
The cannibal Armie Hammer, alleged cannibal Armie Hammer, would not have brought 10 people to the theater.
Well, look at this pushback by Crazy Robin.
I know.
I disagree. It takes a team. That's where you should. No, Crazy Robin, in your defense, and he's the best part of the movie. He often is. But that's not enough. Disney is a conglomeration. They want return. And he played Tonto eccentrically, but it didn't translate. And it points to his wilting star power at that time. And 2013 is when there was now articles being written on him all over the place about, well, God, has he lost it? And it's not so cool anymore. And he needs a new bag of tricks. And the Lone Ranger solidified that. Monique follows it up and says, Lone Ranger is a black and white TV show that should have stayed in the 50s. No appeal to kids. And she's right. That's my take. I'm with her 100%. It is no business being resuscitated in 2013.
Imagine going to your parents' house on Thanksgiving and your father is watching a Lone Ranger from the 50s, not even some new version. Oven, take the turkey out and put your head in the oven and just crawl in the oven and die. It's not good.
Oh, it's every. I'd say not baby boom. The generation, your dad is in his early 70s.
Yeah.
So his generation, the one a little before it, they're huge. Those dads loved the Lone Ranger, but that's a long time ago. And there's probably Disney executives who also loved it, and they have this fond nostalgia, thinking they could somehow. But all those, and Depp was a guy who was dead square against remakes. If you read interviews with him in the 90s. It was the antithesis of what he was going for. But this is okay.
Yeah.
There's so many the tropes in Pirates of the Caribbean is so similar to this too. The beats and like Depp is, Jack Sparrow is Tonto and Armie Hammer is Orlando Bloom, and it's the same beats.
All right, let's go to the next one. Transcendence, your favorite. 2014, we had a budget of $100 million. Wow. Okay. Worldwide, it made $103 million.
Worldwide.
Yeah. Domestically, $23 million.
So this was playing
right.
off Wally Pfister, who is the assistant director to Christopher Nolan and the Dark Knight movies. And most of this cast is from the Dark Knight Nolan movies, and Christopher Nolan uses the same 6 actors over and over again. And a lot of them are in this. It's like Morgan Freeman and Cillian Murphy. And it's just this kind of, how do I put it? It's almost like Elon Musk should have made this movie, or he could have been like, this is about like a Tony Stark type techie, and Depp literally mailed this movie. He's doing the movie from Skype. He's off in it, and he's just it's this. If you're there to see him, it's not. He's playing like a techie guru, and it's just a mess. And it's just you're sort of going, what's going on? And it's not expositioned very well. It's flat. It has no, and it's like people who are Luddites making a movie about technology almost, and it just doesn't work on any level. And that's a crazy budget. Again, they're expecting twice, at the very least, twice the return on a $100-something million budget. Paul Bettany's in this. He gets to hang out with his friends again.
So if Elon Musk could have portrayed this character, or he was portraying an early version of Elon Musk, the only thing I learned from this trial that I will stick with me the rest of my life about Elon Musk is he has a crooked dick. And I need to know more about that. I know you relate.
Teflon curve cock.
I hear crickets.
No. I was taking a sip of
it deserved crickets.
Tesla coffee.
Much like this movie, it deserves crickets. So let's go on to the next one. Mordecai, even worse. Okay. So Mordecai, slapstick wackiness. We have a budget of $60 million. Domestic was $7 million in returns. International was $40 million, for a total of $47 million.
Worldwide. And it's meant to appeal to Monty Python style humor. It's meant to be international. It's not meant to be strictly. So there's Brits in it, and it's supposed to be like an Austin Powers kind of update thing, and it's a knockoff, and it's just antiquated Monty Python humor. And so it just kind of, just like Lone Ranger, it's an out of touch radar to think that this can be foisted on a 2015 audience. Gwyneth Paltrow's in it. She's not, one of the things that's not the trial didn't. There's so much in the UK transcripts that, or even some of the depositions for Fairfax, which there was a huge fight with Gwyneth Paltrow and her manager and Depp's tardiness on Mordecai. She almost dropped out of the movie. That he was a lot of that stuff. It didn't come up in the trial, but there's a great tiff, and I'm gonna have to clip that for another show, because it's one of those things that nobody talked about.
Yeah, the chat is requesting more info and pictures of Elon Musk's crooked dick.
Where did you get that from? Where did you know everything about celebrity penises? Where did you
doing a stream on this every day, watching the trial, should have heard him refer to Elon Musk having a crooked cock
mollusk,
in his text message.
Yeah. Well, those things you block out.
I should have. All right, let's go to the next one. Alice Through the Looking Glass. This is the premiere where she was tempted to serve him with divorce papers. And he does an interview, which we played at the beginning of one of our opening credits, where they ask him, "Where's the wife?" And he's like, "Oh, she's off doing something else."
Yeah.
So no, they were divorcing.
I think they said she did Justice League, and he acted like he didn't know what it was, and he acted like no, she's around somewhere, she's off doing something else. And shit had hit the fan beyond, and this was a sequel to the first Alice, which had made $1 billion. And they didn't know how. It's Tim Burton didn't direct this one. The release was strange. The budget is what? Do you see?
170 million.
Okay.
And domestically, it came back. It made 77 million. Internationally, it made 222 million. So worldwide, it made 299 million and some change.
God damn it. They expect, so like if you go to the first one, I should have put it next to it. The first Alice in Wonderland made $1 billion, just slightly over $1 billion. It's, I think, his second or third most movie in his career, after Pirates 4. I think Pirates 3 or 4 made the most. This is either second or third, and it was over $1 billion. And now it drops to after, and all shit had gone down. I think the TMZ video had just dropped right about here. And now this is where you blame her.
No. But, this was before the TMZ video.
So you can't blame her. So you can't. So there's stuff out there, rumblings that shit's going down, but you still can't blame her for this.
Thank you, Sunflower Dragon, for the 5. Appreciate it. I just tuned in, and Sarah's saying Elon Musk has a crooked one. Super chat won't allow the word. Learn something every day, I guess. I didn't want to learn that, but I did, because I listened to the trial.
Yeah, Monique says his Depp's need to. Yeah, well, when I'm reading a David manifesto, I'm not exactly spot welded to Elon's mollusk.
You have every single one of his texts framed on your living room wall, so stop lying. All right, let me just getting through some chat too. So let me get to the next screen and we'll start on that. Okay, well, we got some money coming in a little bit. We got Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales. This is where he lost the finger.
Again, this is half. This is, he's not even, this is the only Pirates movie that hadn't made. Go ahead, I'm sorry. But if you look at the domestic take, and that says it's not even at 200 million, and you know what movies do now. It's with inflation, it's gone crazy. This is a Pirates movie, and this is Pirates 5, and this is where everybody knows about the problems in this film and the latenesses in the budget. And it's not even just it bombed. And for this, you go, oh my God, that's ridiculous. How could a movie that made 790? Yes, the expectations it had and what they put into it and it bombed. For this and that production, that's a bomb for them.
So budget was 230 million. Domestically, it made 172 million. Internationally, 622 million, for a total of 794 million and change, almost 795. Great for a movie, but not good for this series, because he was doing, you said $1 billion, right?
This is so between 2, 3, and 4, which had gone through all over $1 billion. One did a lot. One didn't make it because it was new. The sequels went crazy.
Okay.
This was supposed to be in the same vein as 2, 3, and 4, and it made half of what 4 made.
Yeah,
internationally.
They should have stopped after 2. I love 2. Cindy, thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. I wish I could see what it was. I'm sorry. I'll give him
a trilogy. I'll give him the trilogy. They shot 2 and 3 at the same time, which is smart. You get everybody there. You get all the actors there at once. The production. Shoot 2 movies. They all should do that. Every big budget movie should if you know that you're going to be granted a third one, and they often do. The production companies will give you a 3-picture deal. Shoot multiple sequels at once. The Matrix did it, and somebody else did it. So that was smart. I'll give him a trilogy. Monique says his need to play quirky outweighs the need for a good film. Yeah, that's the balance with him, Monique. Sometimes I think often, and half of his movies, his performance is so strong and offbeat that it usurps the movie itself to the point where you don't even care about the film. And you're kind of more interested in him. The collective finished final product of the movie is almost no concern to him. Not that he doesn't want it to be, but he simply doesn't. His quote, he says it all the time. He goes, I do my job. I don't care what the movie does after I'm done doing it. I just, I do my thing and I leave and I go and get horizontal. And that's just so I don't agree with that. If your production company is involved in it, and you should want, it's almost like an individual player that cares about his stats over the team, right? I mean, the sports analogy, like me, right? I'd rather have a triple double than win.
Yeah. Let's see. Ayla, did the abuse allegations come out when Pirates 5 was released? They had been out for a good 6 months when that was released. At least
Yeah,
6
that's
months, probably 8 months.
2007. Yeah, that's 2017. So it all hit the fan in 2016, May, June, right, of
Yeah.
2016.
And then she wanted to break the TRO and see him in July.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if anybody remembers. There were actual protests of him. He was on they were throwing his name in with Weinstein, and you know, there were actual, like, I never in my life saw the negativity for him hit such a crescendo as it did then. Probably those, I'd say that point in 16 to about 2018, and then the tide started to shift where Adam Waldman's leaking audio and people are really starting to dig in deeper into it, and she started to get exposed.
Keep in mind too, that stuff came out in the spring of 16. That first audio didn't come out until February of 2020. So in between, he's just fucked. There's no evidence in his favor, really.
Yep.
All we've got to base all of this on is that edited video that was released to TMZ by her. Now we know for sure. That was it. And she's all around town playing the victim. She's doing speeches for domestic violence rallies. She's at a rally for male domestic violence victims. One comes up on stage and cries in her arms. What a kick in the balls
But
to the
then
whole
she's
movement.
galvanized by the success of Aquaman. So when Aquaman becomes DC's #1 film, and it actually does more business than any Depp films, which is great. She now, as anyone with hubris and complete delusional, all these psychotic personality disorders we tagged her with that she rightfully deserves. She's now taking credit for the success of Aquaman. And that's how you have the hubris to put your name on that article.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one here.
Fantastic. Oh, right. Jeffrey Epstein was with Melvin. It's a what you have described as an egg-shaped penis.
Yeah. That's disturbing.
The very, 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 very minuscule speaking audio of Jeffrey Epstein, which you get like literally 30 seconds in total.
And Texaho, I'm not sure Depp cares if he wins. I think he wants to win. He doesn't want money.
Here's where you should remember what Gina Bobina said about it'd be like somebody you getting copious amounts of community service and saying none of my friends are going to do it for me, and they're going, oh, okay. So if you don't tact her with accountability, and she just gets to kind of move on, forget about the work and stuff. Someone's going to benefit her. If you don't. What lesson are we teaching? You have to hit her financially, because now you can just say, well, I can just ruin anybody's life and I have no real because this is a civil trial. What's the consequences if it's not money? This is a civil trial. She's not going to jail for this. So what lessons to be learned as you could just try to, I don't care how much of a celebrity he is. He really, really, and you deserves your sympathy or empathy, because every intent was to smear him and ruin his life and ruin his reputation, and he's carrying it around, and as one should. Thank God he had the resources and money to fight this. There's no lesson learned unless she has a financial lien on her for the rest of her life. She has no consequences otherwise. It's like another hot chick unaccountability move where you don't have to forget about the movie stuff. She was already, forget about all that. There is no lesson learned unless there's money attached to this. Because that's what she wants. She wants an out.
No, you're right. I think her career, though, has been atom bombed out of the water. So that is one consolation. But there's always going to be some weird production company that's always going to cling to believe all women and
I know. There's going to be
hire
some
her for something.
Horny fucking Saudi Arabian Japanese businessman in a pussy fog that'll bail her out of every situation. They need to insist. And when Ben Chu comes up, he's like, Mr. Depp is not interested in the money. This is about clearing his good name. Now, I think she's never had accountability, and this is the way to do it. The money, it's a civil trial. What other punishment is it?
No, agreed. She's been humiliated, though, too. That's the only thing I can get out of this that pleases me. and people now know the story. I know, and well, you heard Elaine at the end. She said, "Well, we just said 100 million to make a statement. Give her 350,000 for punitive."
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
right.
God, what a hot shit mess that was.
Gina Boomina goes, I can hear my name said all day long. That's
Mm.
what Amber Heard says. That's why we're in this. That's exactly it. That's
Mhm.
how Amber thinks all day long.
Okay, Fantastic Beasts. Sorry. Budget was $200 million. Domestically, it made $159 million. Internationally, $495 million, for a total of worldwide $654 million, almost $655 million,
Now this is a Harry Potter movie.
I guess.
All the Harry Potter movies made $1 billion. The one
Mhm.
before it made $1 billion. This is now one half, and the negativity on him has reached probably its apex. This is 2018. The Rolling Stone article had come out,
Mhm.
and this is the least performing Harry Potter movie in the history of the franchise. And
Yeah.
he's kind of over the title in the title. Grindelwald is his character.
What did the next one do even worse, where he was replaced? Or
Look
has
at
it come out
Ben
yet?
goes, Ben 481 goes, Amber's future career roles, file it under Rose McGowan.
I hope
Where's
they have.
Rose during this?
I don't know. Oh, she didn't want to comment,
Yeah,
I think.
she's
Another.
so fearless
Mhm.
unless it's this.
So we've got, let me see. I'm waiting for the next screen to come up here, and it's frozen. Yeah, Professor. I have seen this, and I cried.
Okay,
All right, budget. We don't have a budget. There's no budget.
they don't release
Internationally,
the book.
yeah, internationally it made $3,645,308.
And what did it make in the States?
Worldwide, the same. Oh, okay. Domestic, there's no number given because I don't
So
think it was released here, right?
this is a canceled Depp now who has got
Yeah.
movie contracts that he has to fulfill, and they're making these movies and they're sort of smaller, and he's taking what he thinks is he's trying to get his old independent spirit back, but it's really to no avail. Sarah saw this. I
There was
saw it. I don't know if anyone else here saw this.
There was a link traveling through the DMs of Twitter to the international version of this movie, which I grabbed and I sent to you. Again, I didn't hate this movie. It's very sad. And I cried at the end. So it's a good movie. It should have got more attention than it did, but he was in the throes of, like you said, a movement. So
I thought it was out of touch with the college experience. I thought it was made by people who were not. No, I mean, it just seemed like it was made by his professor was kind of like, you're not wearing that in a college hall, and it just seemed like he didn't know. It's like they let him outfit himself and do his own.
my
And
English teacher in junior high dressed like that.
yeah, right. He's
So
not.
they
You're not
wear
doing
that.
that in 2018
Mm.
university. You're just not.
He got a BJ in this movie. So ladies, if you want to.
The premise is a guy gets what's his he's diagnosed with what's the terminal illness? Amber Heard.
I don't know if they are even that specific, but you're led to believe it's cancer.
Let's call it cancer. And
Okay.
so it's that thing you do where you say, I have a year to live and I'm going to carpe diem for the next year. And did you see that as carpe diem, the way he was living? I thought it was like
It had elements of it.
Depp being Depp.
He's got the worst wife in the world. Hey, true life.
Right.
He's trying to get closer with his daughter. Oh, I can't even talk about the last scene. I'm
So
gonna go off again.
the lesson is a good lesson. The lesson, the ultimate kind of, I guess, what would you say? The premise of the movie, I guess, if you had to, is he's teaching his students, you basically could die tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Live each day as if it's your last. We're not promised tomorrow. We're not. Get out there and grab it, whatever you want. Don't let. There's a great line in Ed Wood, which I said to you before we were on, and it's Orson Welles in the Brown Derby talking to Ed Wood, and he's basically said, don't spend your life living anybody else's dream. Don't if you're gonna, my greatest lesson for you, Ed, is don't live your life living living out somebody else's dream. Carve your own path, and it's a great lesson.
Thank you, Melvin. Sorry,
What do
he
you say?
gave us the. Okay, college English professor Richard Brown is in the office of his doctor and is told that he has advanced stage 4 cancer of his lungs. So they are specific.
No.
My
Okay.
mistake, which has spread throughout his body and is terminal. It is so horrible.
Which
I sobbed.
3 packs of cigarettes a day
I know.
till you're 12 could do that to you if you're deaf,
Mm,
if you're the real deaf.
I hope he thought about it, but then he's still smoking, so he didn't think too hard.
I don't preach too much on here, but if you're if anybody suffers from like confusion or depression, maybe take that lesson that Orson Welles said to Ed Wood and said, I'm not going to live my life living out somebody else's dream, and maybe hopefully that just empowers you to do something creative or useful or something you can be proud of, even if it's just a little bit each day. Look at who you're talking to and say, I'm living this guy's dream. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm facilitating. I don't believe in his dream, moreover. That's Howard's whole staff, isn't it?
I would say so.
I think that's
about
Howard Stern Show. Welcome to the Howard Stern Show.
Okay, City of Lies, 2018. We have a budget. Oh, God, do we have a budget? Again, no budget listed. So we have domestically it made, and this was extremely limited release.
Excellent movie. This is a great movie, and I highly recommend this to anybody. This is Depp getting his fastball back, as it were.
Yeah. Domestically, it made $572,493. Internationally, it made $2,251,966. Worldwide, $2,824,459. So this was supposed to be released in 2016, right? Or was it? No, it was 19. Okay.
No. You're right. It was delayed 3 times. There were rumors that Depp's problems with the Me Too movement and the cancellation and the negativity around that. The LAPD was supposedly blocking it legally because it made them look very OJ conspiratorial LAPD thing with the Tupac and Biggie murders and them covering it up. So there was a problem with that. Then there's the lawsuit with Greg Rocky Brooks, the location manager, who Depp had a fight with when the dude. Now seeing what we see of Depp during this trial, now do you believe that he defended this homeless woman on the set of what the location manager insulted a black homeless woman? She could have been an extra. She could have been an actual homeless woman in the Skid Row part of LA, which some of this was filmed. And I guess this guy just berated her, and Depp stood up for her, and it turned into a shoving match, and supposedly Depp punched him in the chest. And it was kind of bandied about it. And I believe every word of it now. And I hope he did, because I'd do worse. I hope it's true.
Why do you think he would punch him in the chest instead of the face? That's a weird detail to me.
It's
all right.
I'm trying to think of how the reach. Maybe he had a brown cigarette in one hand. And
I can see like pushing on the chest with like an open hand, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, hey, guy, come on, let's knock it off.
It was the stomach or the chest. That's what. But I don't know. I don't know. I've heard that. It could be. Let's hope it's whatever. Maybe that's his Achilles heel.
Again, you get punched anywhere with rings on, you should have a mark that you can photograph instead of posing with a selfie with him later that day.
You punched him in the dick.
Minamata. Okay. 2020 was the release. I've watched this again. I had a lump in my throat, but that's about it. Okay, I'm looking for budget here.
And P. Diddy is not portrayed in the movie, which was strange. Orlando Anderson. I looked at the credit. I don't remember anything Sean Combs wise in the movie, and I looked and looked. I don't think he's. I don't know. Biggie himself it's investigating the murder. Biggie's dead in the movie. They flash back a little bit to the award. Was it the Source Awards?
Yeah.
In LA. So that's a very, so they're not really portray. His mother is in it, Violetta Wallace, at the very end of the movie. It's a very sweet scene with Russell Poole giving her a Golden Girls kind of cheesecake clasp at a diner. And the real Mrs. Wallace is in the movie. And but in terms of the real Notorious B.I.G., it's a very quick scene with him, and the dude playing him looks it's well done, but it's quick, and so there's really no. It's set. It's the investigation of the conspiracy of the LAPD covering the murder up.
Yep,
it's really good. for me anyway.
Yeah, you raved about it for years.
I did. I
You
think it's so
continue to.
underrated. I really did. I think it's really good. So, and
Mhm.
if I just one last thing on City of Lies. So if we're just talking about like Depp, you talk about look a dead ringer for Commissioner Gordon. Depp as Russell Poole in that movie. Holy shit! He's got the perfect sort of graying mustache. He's got the the gun holsters on, the Gotham PD vest. That is Jim Gordon personified to that. I mean, Commissioner Gordon looks like, Sarah, right?
Yeah, I do. I agree. We had a side by side in one of our
Yeah,
episodes.
we do. We have a side by side. It's perfect.
And we had a clip of at the actual pool, the detective pool, in the what was it? The Biggie Smalls Behind the Music. He's interviewed, and he has
Yes.
since passed away. What did he die of?
He's heart attack. I think he just dropped dead. It was
Oh God.
really weird. Young too. Made no
Yeah,
sense. Made no
Russell Poole.
sense.
I couldn't think of Russell, and you just said it, so I apologize.
Crazy Robin says the LAPD did cover it. I believe you too, Crazy Robin. I
Mhm.
believe it too,
Yeah, of course.
especially after watching this movie.
Yeah. Get through a couple chats here. Yeah, Puffy. I blame Puffy for everything anyway.
Remember that
Okay.
Jennifer Lopez thing with him? They got
Yeah,
attacked by a rival. Was that part of the hit? Do you think?
no, that was
West
late.
Coast, East Coast.
That was
No, it
later.
was shit. It was late '90s.
They were at a club and
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
had a
yeah.
gun. They later found a gun under Puff Daddy's bodyguard's
It,
car seat in the front. I don't remember.
it was down in like Tribeca at like 3 a.m.
Mhm.
And I bet I don't know. Maybe it's linked to it.
Yeah. Who knows? All right, Minamata. Okay. So, no domestic take. Internationally, it made $1,687. No, 1 million. Jesus Christ. $1,687,264. I was like, that's pitiful if it's $1,000. No, this is another one I legally downloaded without subtitles, which sucked, but it wasn't bad. This one, I think its big claim to fame, it got mentioned at the Oscars. I think it
Yes,
came in second in the fan favorite.
fan favorite, but it's Oscar fare. It panders to the Oscar
Mhm.
formula. He's
Yeah.
he's
It's a very
investigating
disturbing
he's
movie,
he's
which is perfect
investigating
for Oscar.
Howard Stern's mercury levels.
Mhm.
Um, and he's unrecognizable almost as W. Eugene Smith, who's basically the Hunter S. Thompson of life photographers. It's a very similar thing, Thompsonian time. So it's set in the 70s, and he investigates the mercury poisoning in Japan, which is a
Mhm.
huge deal. Tons and tons of death, and it's meant to pander to the Oscar formula. But he's so canceled, they're not that hypocritical, fucking pretentious will,
Oh, of
will not
course.
touch it. Now look at that. It made $1.6 million internationally.
Mhm.
And that's an internationally tinged movie. It's set to touch the heartstrings of all of Asia. And they still couldn't. This thing had one staggered release after the next. Sarah, how many times did this thing get released? It was like, oh no, now it's
Dozens.
out. Now it's out. Now it's out.
Yeah.
And we're like, what are you doing? Is it released officially or what? And then finally it leaked. And by Montreal won. There's nothing like Canadian grass stains. I'm jealous of your. Make us some guinea lines. Make us proud with your lawnmower. Make us some guinea lines.
So, let's see.
And that's what that doesn't release it. So now they're not releasing budgets. So which is crazy. So it doesn't show you the budget again. This is the
Yeah, it
third,
doesn't
which is
register.
weird. All of a sudden now they're not showing us budgets for these movies.
Mhm. And that's the last one we have. So we don't
Okay.
have Waiting for the Barbarians or anything, but I would imagine that was even less.
So now if you are Rottenborn and Elaine Bredehoft, you're looking at these movies, you're going, how is that Amber Heard's fault? He's suing them because his asking price has been completely compromised. You can't say she's responsible for all that. There's a point where he's sort of canceled, but it had started to go down. There's clear financial evidence that his bad decisions sabotage a lot of his. We're all rooting for him, obviously, but if he has to take accountability, it's for those movies. That's a lot of squandered huge squandered movie budget and bad decisions, and that's him doing it.
You can very honestly say, and you'd be very truthful in saying this, that the allegations leading up to that 2018 op-ed are what limited his movie options, though, from studios
But
to independent films.
You're running a production company. Are you gonna pay him his $25 million to start a movie? At that point, forget about her.
Well,
Now you saw this list of movies. You gonna give him $25 million to be in a movie if it's not gonna give you return?
Are we talking about now post trial or
I'm talking
2 years ago?
I'm talking about 2016 on.
No, because we hadn't heard the actual evidence in this case, and he was a wife beater.
No, I'll get her out of the picture. You're looking at.
You can't get her out of the picture.
No, get her out of the picture. You're looking at his failures: Mordecai, Transcendence, Lone Ranger.
Well, yes, okay, I will give you that.
Taurus, and you're looking at the budget.
I'll give you those.
So now you're going. Now he comes at you and goes, "Okay, Johnny Depp wants to do The Invisible Man, which was supposed to be done, and they pulled it, and it went to the chick from Mad Men. What's her name again, guys? The blonde, the very mediocre-looking blonde, who's kind of one of the stars of Mad Men." They turned into that, and they rearranged it, and she didn't, it did very well, but it wasn't. So now they're going to say Johnny Depp wants to star in the. They were supposed to. Do you remember the article? It was supposed to be the monster Marvel DC cinematic universe, where it was going to be all the what's the term for fair use characters like Frankenstein and Dracula and the Mummy. So he was going to play the Invisible Man. So they come to you in 2015 and say, Johnny Depp wants to star in the Invisible Man. His production company is demanding a $250 million budget. He's getting $28 million. And then you saw that string of movies. What do you say? You're calling the shots at Warner Brothers.
I would write up a very stringent contract.
I'm sorry, Sarah. Elizabeth Moss. Thank you, Dorian Morgan. That's who starred in The Invisible Woman or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Invisible Man. She's a star of it, but it's The Invisible Man. They just reworked it. That was supposed to be Depp's movie with a huge budget. And in that monster movie, it was supposed to. Do you remember the article on the cover of Entertainment Weekly? They announced it. And it was Russell Crowe as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Tom Cruise as the Mummy, Javier Bardem as Frankenstein, and somebody else. And that they showed them on the cover of, I think it was Entertainment Weekly or GQ, and then it all just fell apart.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ayla. Before the allegations, he still had a lot of upcoming projects on his IMDb page. He had a string of flops, but they were still making money off his name, and people still wanted to work with him. Gavel pounds on the table. Thank you, we're done.
What do you mean by making money?
He was still making enough money to get the next project signed.
Not to demand $25 million a film.
No, but that's why I was saying they would just write up, maybe a more stringent contract with a lower salary and a few more punctuation rules for him.
The Invisible Woman, Marcy Turk.
I say whatever. Never mind, I'm done. Okay. What do you want to move to next?
And Texo writes, Depp's aging out. He can't expect to continue playing the lead. Well, I mean, he kind of fancied himself on being an anti-leading man. He's a character actor stuck in the face and body of a leading man, which has always been the mantra for him. So in a way, for me anyway, from a selfish standpoint, I want him to be canceled from Disney and Warner Brothers. I want to go back to the 90s independent spirit and these movies that mean something.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. And you are his biggest cheerleader. So I actually
it's tough love.
Refer to you. I know. So what do you want to do next? I kind of want to say.
Go ahead. No, you go.
No, you tell me what you want to do.
So we did box office. How about let's get Ray Liotta. Let's do our tribute to Ray Liotta.
Okay.
So as you know, the great underrated Ray Liotta passed away. And, we could do I want to keep it Depp-centric, so we're going to focus on his super underrated supporting actor turn in Below. And he's not quite in it as much as when I kind of rewatch. I didn't rewatch it, I skimmed through it. So I just sort of went to his scenes, and there's no small actors. There's only small roles, and he
Mm-hmm.
couldn't embody that more. He is so phenomenal in this movie. The likability, the perfection of playing the kind of blue collar Massachusetts father who unwavering support of his son no matter what he does, and it is so good. And he's done so many great things over his life. This, to me, and this is I guess it might come across as biased, but I think it's as good as anything he's ever done. His career is such a good career, and I always felt like he never quite got the credit he deserved to be brought up with the greats. I truly feel he's one of the top tier. He plays, great leading guy. He plays great character. He's always good, and he virtually steals every movie he's in. You can't take your eyes off him. And so we're just going to do a tribute to him in a Depp-centric way because of his unbelievable. I felt he deserved an Academy Award for supporting actor in Blow as Fred Young, the father of George Young, the A. Smith of Weymouth, Massachusetts.
Yeah, and you already made me cry by sending me this crap to put together.
Oh, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to induce tears.
Oh my
These
god!
clips. It is. I think the most tear-jerky scenes are the scenes. Forget about the daughter. I think.
Yeah.
Scenes with father and son are way more tear-evoking than.
I had an issue putting this together this morning. So, all right.
Hello, thank you very much and welcome. Yes, your right arm. He looked up later. He sounds exact, and if he's from Union, New Jersey, where Artie's from, and they have the exact same vocal quality and speech cadence, and you could hear they roll the same R's. It's uncanny, and it's. Would you have thought if he said who's going to live longer from Union, New Jersey, Artie or Ray Liotta? Ray Liotta. Ray Liotta's older than I thought too. He's like a very young 67. He's Howard's age. I didn't know he was that old. I thought he was younger than that.
He pulled the death lottery number though. He went out the way I hope to go out, and I hope the way everybody I love goes out. He just went to sleep and didn't wake up. So I guess that's all you can ask for if your time is coming.
There's still no cause of death. So it has not been.
No, not yet. They say probably a heart attack. I don't know anything. That's the last thing.
And everybody I know who's ever met him is apparently the sweetest guy, most engaging, no ego trip whatsoever. I think Sunflower Dragon had down in Florida. He's like, people love him. They run into him, and he's just the greatest guy. And it's a horrible loss. And I don't say that, he's an absolute force of nature on film. There's really nothing like it. His incredible stare to him and presence, and he's just fucking everything he's in.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me push this. It's going to play automatically. So,
Heating company. He had 3 trucks, 10 employees, and did big jobs. He was my hero.
Did you do it? Yeah, it was great. I didn't fall once.
Atta boy. See you tonight, okay?
No, can I please come to work with you?
Come on, Fred, let's go, huh? Say goodbye to the kid. Clam it, Bill. I'll talk to my boy as long as I want to. You got a problem with that?
There he is.
You really want to come?
oh yeah. Hold on.
Oh, what the heck?
Here's the note.
All right, get your boots.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
Bill, what's your problem? Guess who's on cleanup today? And buying lunch.
For 10 years, my father worked his ass off 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. He didn't care, as long as we were happy.
Okay, what do I have to do?
But in the end, he didn't make enough. Slowly but surely, lost everything. We were bankrupt.
Let's get some ice cream.
No, Dad, I don't care about ice cream right now. What are we gonna do?
It'll be all right, George. It'll work out. It always does. I'm gonna find another job. Look, George, this is the way it goes.
May the wind always be at your back and the sun upon your face.
And may the winds of destiny carry you aloft to dance with the stars. Cheers, Georgie.
Cheers, Pop. Are you mad at me?
Mm-hmm. No.
Sorry.
Yeah, you are. I can tell by.
Okay, let's just lead it. Just give it a little because it's gone a little long. So the first scene is a flashback to his childhood, and they're really close. And his dad's like a sort of like a, I guess he's like a plumbing and heating kind of guy. So and I think, I'm not sure if he owns his own company or he's just sort of like a foreman of it. And so the wife, Ermine Young, is she's a lot of Amber Heard's, borderline personality, just explosively erratic. And there's a lot of similarities to your parents, Sarah, as you describe, right? I mean, isn't that the dynamic there is not that different?
I can see both of my parents and his parents. Absolutely.
There's staggering similarities, I think, the way you describe it, the way he is, and he's that unwavering. So there's a quick. I wish it was a little longer though. They did a flashback scene of his childhood, and it kind of shows him, I don't know, like 8, 10 years old, and then it jumps to 21, and then the dad's kind of with him, and he's kind of in and out, and they jump ahead, and when they join him again, when you see Ray Liotta as Fred Young again. George had made a killing in the marijuana dealing and then came home to visit his parents. And that's where we're at now.
Mm-hmm.
And now they know kind of what he's up to, and his dad's just kind of ignoring it. And he's just happy to see him. But he's also giving him kind of a speech at the same time, but it's not done in a patronizing. It's done in the most loving way you could do it, if that makes any sense. Like the most kind of without sounding, it's not preaching. It's sweet almost.
Yeah,
it is
and
sweet.
I want to let everybody know in the chat. I can't put it up while this plays because it's freezing.
I'll read it. Chaka Cohn says, "I waited on Ray Liotta once. Really nice guy, excellent tipper, and it says it all." Don't forget Paul McCartney dated a handicap. Yeah, he dated a handicapped woman. That's right. Where am I? That was Texaho that said that. Sunflower Dragon writes, Ray Liotta used to walk around amongst the regular folks down here in West Palm Beach, and while he was recognized, he was really, really polite and always nice about it. Really good man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can. So now George comes home to visit his parents, and he and his dad are having a scotch, and Mr. Young, Fred Young, is kind of giving him like a little bit of a what's going on. What are you doing? Mm-hmm. Even though he's really wealthy, he's just sort of expressing a slight disapproval of it, the cynicism, but it's a sweet scene.
Yeah. I cried putting this together.
So and the FBI raids the house in the middle of this, kind of at the end of it, while they're talking.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of quotables.
I'm not mad, George. I just don't understand what you're doing. I don't understand your choices. The goddamn cops are looking for you.
I know. I'm great at what I do, Dad. I'm really great at what I do.
Let me tell you something, George. You would have been great at anything. Anything.
Business has been pretty good. I got this little import-export thing going down in Miami. That's been very profitable for me. I got my investments. I got
Don't bullshit.
What?
Sorry. So now cut to a half hour later in the movie, and George is now a cocaine mogul, and he's like Pablo Escobar's right-hand man. He's through the roof. He's super well. You can see the mansion in the background and the cars, and so now they visit again. It's probably 10 years after that last scene. So now he visits him again, and I think they're in California. And so now he's a cocaine, one of the, I guess, colonels of Pablo Escobar. And this is him at another level. And so now the parents visit him again. And he's on to him.
Okay.
George, I don't want to waste the time. I don't see you that much. You come from my body, remember? You're my baby boy. Same kid who would jump off a mountain if someone told him he couldn't do it. You haven't changed that much, have you? Wow. I know what you're up to. Not everything, but I get the picture. And I don't care. I don't like it. It's not what I would have chosen for you. But it's your life. It's got nothing to do with me. I couldn't stop you if I wanted to, could I?
Probably not.
No. It's good. Got a family? It's good if it makes you happy. It's nice to have nice things, George. You happy?
Yeah. Yeah, at the moment I am happy, Dad.
So I signed the deal, took the rap, and posted bail. Once again, I would.
This is tough. This scene's tough.
I know.
This is a brutal scene.
Become a fugitive on the run.
Hey, Dad.
Hello, George. Come on, your son is here.
Tell him I don't want to see him. Tell him he's not welcome here.
Mom.
Don't you dare step foot in this house. You're not my son, you hear me? I don't have a son anymore.
She's angry, George. It's been all over the news.
Yeah. I just want to let you guys know that I'm going to be going away for a little while.
You're not going to go to trial?
No.
Okay. So this is it?
I hope not, Pop.
Me too.
Okay. I gotta go, Pop. I'll see ya.
You take care of yourself, George.
You too.
Right, Sarah, pause it. So that's the last they see of each other. And he skips trial and he goes on the lam and he just goes home to say goodbye to his parents and his mom is done with him. And the dad, I don't know if I can remember. I mean, there's certainly versions of this, but where the dad is just unwavering support, he just goes along with, he's got his son's back. The mom called the cops on him, and the dad went, crazy on her, and it's the opposite of how he would. And their relationship, I think, is the linchpin of this movie more so than anything.
Mm-hmm.
I thought. I mean, forget the drugs, forget the stuff with his daughter's tough too. But I think I was more touched by this.
Yeah. You keep talking about it because I'm going to be muted while I wipe my face.
So, this will make you. After he goes, yeah, my parents banged, had me, and now I'm in this chat.
That's what made me cry. So.
J.I. Young writes, Ray was such a good actor. He made you believe in Karina. He looked at Whoopi and he said, "So God, fuck that." I forgot about that. Crazy Robin said he looks like he was authentically a good. Yeah, you could sometimes Crazy Robin, you could just tell it's in the eyes, and you could just tell what was good about him. He got famous like later in life. He wasn't one of these like little kids sitting in their parents' living room going, Jerry Maguire, doing like David doing vaudeville. He just he fell into it, as did Depp when he was like in his 20s sometimes. So those guys tend to be more authentic. They lived like a regular life, and he got humbled a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always liked him. I really liked him in Unlawful Entry. He was the only good part of that movie. Despite Madeline Stowe.
Oh, I forgot about Unlawful Entry.
It's a pretty good movie. He plays an evil cop. But yeah, this you have put together every scene that gets me in Blow. And
it's by far, I think by far the most gravitas in the film is the stuff with Fred Young and George Young. As much as people, I mean, I know people who cry at the daughter who's Emma Roberts, by the way, Julia Roberts' niece and Eric Roberts' daughter.
Yes,
Emma,
Eric Roberts' daughter.
Yeah. She plays and a lot of people are touched by that, and it's certainly touching. I don't know why, and it's probably got something to do with Liotta. That was I don't know. That got me more than anything. So he's in look at this filmography. I mean, just get all he was insane. Also, I'm looking at the new Mike Hammer. So you got Goodfellas, Field of Dreams, Unlawful Entry, Operation Dumbo Drop, Karina. Copland, he's phenomenal. And if everybody hasn't seen Copland, phenomenal. It's such a good time. 1997 is such a great year for movie. Donnie Brasco comes out that year, and it's about corrupt cops in northern Jersey, and he's great in it. It's kind of where he's from. He's kind of the hero in that movie in a way. Him and Stallone. He kind of comes through. He's in Heartbreakers and Blow in the same year. We talked about Heartbreakers with Jennifer Love Hewitt and Sigourney Weaver, and it's funny because Amber Heard and the grift and preying on old rich guys and stuff, and that's what that's about. And so Blow comes out the same year. Then Narc, he's great in Narc. Wild Hogs, wasn't a Travolta in that thing with Travolta and Smoking Aces, and then they don't use him a lot here, and then he comes back in some TV and stuff, Field Dreams too, The League, and tons of great cameos and TV. But what a phenomenal career. And I think this is the last scene where now we see Liotta just before that. I think he just comes down with cancer I don't know if he has it in that last scene, but he now has it. And so George has not seen his father, and he gets arrested, and he's told, his lawyer says there's nothing he can do for him. His father's dying. Would you like to make him a goodbye greeting on an audio tape? So he gets a tape recorder, and then you see Fred Young walking to his garage, where he's got the vice grip and the whole classic, just old school, blue collar father garage in Massachusetts, and he's listening to the tape in his garage so his wife doesn't hear it, because it's only addressed to him and not the mom, because
Okay. We'll play this. I'm going to be muted while I weep.
Okay. Gina Bobina goes, "Great job, guys. I got the feels." It's such a Bobina.
Got your tape recorder. I thought, you might want to hear
Sarah?
your voice. You want to say something to him?
Why are you stopping this? I got to cry.
No. One last thing. You don't have to talk. Just want to give context to this. So that guy speaking right there plays his lawyer, Archie. That is the real Ted Demme, the director of the movie, who passed away a few months after the movie came out. He has a cameo in the movie as his lawyer, and so that's him giving him the tape recorder. Ted Demme of Rockville Center High School with Howard Winston.
Okay, here we go.
Hello, Dad. I remember a lifetime ago,
He was about 3.5 feet tall, weighing all of 60 pounds, but every inch of sun. Those Saturday mornings going to work with my dad, and we'd climb into that big green truck. I thought that truck was the biggest truck in the universe, Pop. I remember how important the job we did was. If it weren't for us, people would freeze to death. I thought you were the strongest man in the world. Remember those home movies when Mom would dress up like Loretta Young? Ice creams, football games, Wayno the tuna. The day I left for California only to come home with the FBI chasing me. That FBI agent Trout, when he had to get on his knees to put my boots on, you said,
"This is where you belong, you son of a bitch. They're not Georgie's boots."
That was a good one, Dad. That was really something. You remember that? And that time you told me the money wasn't real? Well, old man, I'm 42 years old, and I finally realized what you were trying to tell me so many years ago. I finally understand. You're the best, Dad. I just wish I could have done more for you. Wish we had more time. Anyway. May the wind always be at your back, and the sun always upon your face, and the winds of destiny to carry you aloft to dance with the stars. I love you, Dad. Love, George.
You know what? You know what doesn't help the waterworks is the Bruce Hornsby piano is brutal during that, right? Whoever did the musical score for that, underrated. Brendan writes, 3.5 feet tall, 60 pounds is considered fat by high school. That is a strange ratio. Shaka Khan says something wild. First movie I ever saw him is fantastic. I think it was his breakout as well. Texas how Ray Liotta, Andy Fletcher of Depeche Mode, and the drummer of Yes all died on the same day, or at least their deaths were announced on the same day. Yeah, this is a tough last 2 years. You never. I mean, honestly, it's they live each day as if the lesson we learned from Ed Wood and the professor couldn't be more applicable. With Ray, 67's young these days. Still no cause of death.
Yeah. Probably a heart attack or a stroke, I would guess. That's my
Scott
prediction.
Baylor. Scott Baylor goes, "Are you guys trying to make us all?" No, we're trying to make you live each day as if it's your last. Scott Baylor is what we're trying to do. The opposite. The opposite.
Yeah.
They usually die in threes, says Crazy Robin. Yeah. This movie, I'm trying to remember. I read the book too, so this movie easily could have been a mini series on like Netflix or HBO or whatever, Amazon, because it's a lot of there's some things they don't, and maybe there's actually a documentary coming out that they completed with the real George Jung, who passed away a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was in I think they announced it on they have a Boston George Jung Instagram. They announced, and I think it's like it's like a 6-part. They kind of followed him around, leaving, they do the biography that and then they do a kind of what he's up to now, and they follow him around when he gets out of prison at 70 something.
I saw a clip of that. I didn't watch the whole thing though.
Looks really good. He's really like cantankerous, and it's like the end of Shawshank Redemption when Morgan Freeman doesn't know how to live like a civilian.
Mm-hmm.
He has that kind of like, what do I do? He doesn't know. He can't adjust to modern times. It's just so much as the technology has moved on, and he just can't get it together. That's the way I portrayed it. Yeah, it is understandable.
Yeah. Okay, let me get through this next thing here. I gotta distract myself.
A lot of similarities to your own dad, right, Sarah?
And that's
Fred
why I'm
Young.
crying.
He is the Massachusetts version of what your dad is to Oregon, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So I can't talk about it anymore. All right. We had a little bit. This is us saying goodbye to this witch. This episode, we had a little bit of evidence that just came out. Of course, after the trial, that's how that usually happens. A little slideshow of this evidence. All right. So, do you remember the story about the December 2015 trip to the Bahamas, where before this trip, he gave her 2 magic black eyes and a magic broken nose, but never showed up in any pictures. So, apparently, while they were on the island, these photos were taken and they just came out. As you can see there clearly, the savagery that he did on her face, the black eyes, busted nose, and the split lip. I just wanted to show these.
2015.
Yeah, December
Okay.
2015. I just wanted to show these real quick. Now their angle more in focus. God, look at he should be like in the electric chair for all this damage he did. And there we go. I see the swelling.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should say one last thing, Sarah. Yes,
Mhm.
Ray Liotta. Thank you, Pal. Ray Liotta was in Field. I think I said Field Dreams, but he's in the Many Saints of New York, which is the Sopranos prequel movie, which a lot of people don't realize. Did you know that he almost played Tony Soprano? And
Mhm.
correct me if I'm wrong. I think he just simply turned it down because he was just tired of being, gangster movie typecasted because of Goodfellas. He just kind of wanted to. I don't know if it was a timing thing or he simply just didn't want to go back to the mafia. Well, yeah, it's something like that. But he says, well, screw it, I'll do it. And he's apparently, I still haven't seen it. So it's a Sopranos prequel and it came out during COVID. I don't know if it actually came out in the theaters or it was it was a weird release. It was one of those weird COVID releases. You can't track how it, but it gets a lot of mixed up, but he's in that, and he's probably great. I'm sure he is.
Mhm.
We still have to see it.
We also had this is the last throwaway thing I got here before we get into our next video. And I'm trying to not cry.
Thank you, Pellel. That's exactly why he turned it down. So he just was tired of the mob drama genre, and he wanted to say, "I'm sick of the Goodfellas tack that I have. I don't feel like So he said no to it initially, and probably regret. I think he might have regretted it, or I don't know. He did so many good movies during that time. I wouldn't regret it. And obviously, we didn't get Gandolfini if he had taken it.
Yeah. So we have, I want to put this topic to bed too, along with this bitch. But we have the crooked dick Elon. I have to one more time. Crooked dick Elon Musk
On Deppstein Island, interestingly enough.
No, he has tweeted,
Oh, okay.
and he has made his first comment about this trial. Now, keep in mind, this is 2 years of him dodging a subpoena and not going in front of and speaking on this, under oath. He has said, I hope they both move on. At their best, they are each incredible. What an asshole.
That's really sticking your neck out there. That's a controversial comment.
I
He's going to
know.
get, I think Twitter's going to cancel him. His own Twitter's going to cancel. That's a very, very edgy comment. I don't know what to do
I
with
know.
that. I can't digest that. That's crazy. I'm
I
going to have
know.
to take a few days to think about that and give you some feedback because it is crazy. I don't know
Well,
who's more controversial, him or Courtney Love.
mm-hmm.
He's really sticking his neck out with that one.
Yeah. Suck his own dick, as his ex-girlfriend used to like to say to her men. So
suck your own dick.
And I put that to bed. So let me get rid of him out of my life for good until he bans me off Twitter at some point, which the previous administration has also done. So what do you want to do? We got a bunch of video clips, just miscellaneous clips to play.
Such as, give it to me again. I'm part
We
of it.
have the shitney turd that we couldn't get to last time.
Well, that's the one where I read the transcript from the UK, her testimony, the full testimony, which you never got during this.
So again, this is a saying goodbye to the Heard family.
Let's do that because it's lengthy and we keep putting it off and it was in here. Let's do that.
Yep.
So this is Whitney Heard's testimony in the UK, her full testimony. It's far longer than what you heard. And I just I read it straight. just because I didn't want to. And I just read it like a deposition would go, where someone's trying to act like a victim, and they're all, oh, I don't know how I got roped into this, and you're doing the thing where you're going, I think I remember, that kind. So I'm just trying to keep that attitude up when I'm doing it. I'm just kind of reading it straight.
Yep. So sit back and enjoy another nice reading from Sir Arm.
We're gonna stop it it's long, so we're gonna probably stop it just to comment if we pick something. And don't be sheepish. Stop it whenever you feel like it. Don't go by
I
me.
will. Again, we're playing a video, and I noticed on the last one that the comments didn't want to come up as they should on the screen. So we'll get to those as soon as we can.
I first met Johnny Depp briefly during Amber's press tour during the Rum Diary in 2011, but I did not know then that Amber and Johnny had started a relationship. When they officially started dating, I met him sometime after that in 2012 when Amber hosted a dinner party at her house in Los Angeles to properly introduce him to me as her boyfriend. I remember thinking that Johnny seemed very sweet. He seemed shy and timid. I think he was nervous, perhaps about meeting her family. I liked him. He was interesting and interested. I enjoyed getting to know him. I was surprised how much I liked him because I really didn't like Amber's previous partners. At the time, he said he was sober and was drinking a lot of tea and non-alcoholic Beck's beer. Johnny and I became really close. We became like brother and sister, and Johnny called me sis. Over the years, we spent a lot of time together. I lived with Amber for a period when they first started dating, and later I lived with them in the Eastern Columbia building for a short period of time from 2014 to 2015. Their relationship was tumultuous from the very start. I wasn't aware of violence at the beginning, but I do remember Amber talking about them having huge fights and being really concerned for my sister. Amber told me that they would verbally fight some days on end and then go days without speaking to each other. He would leave and for these long, loving voice messages back, which she would sometimes play for me, and they would reconcile. Despite my concern, I really liked Johnny, and we got along very well, at least at the beginning. There were other things that also worried me. He really didn't like her working, and this got worse the longer they were together. They would both tell me about fights, which started to take, and really over her taking roles in films. I remember talking to Johnny about it, him saying, I don't know why she even has to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of your parents. And I remember thinking how crazy it was that he was offering to pay for all of us just so he could get her to stop working. I also remember talking to them about a fight they had about the fact that she would never take credit or take a credit card he wanted to give her. And he said, I want to look after my girl. But she wanted to keep working and pay her own way. Amber is really independent and proud about that. I also remember him getting upset at the dresses she would wear to events. For example, I heard them have a fight, I think it was at the Eastern Columbia building, about the dress she wanted to wear to the Art of Elysium Gala in 2014, and him making her change it, and then into a dress that was much less revealing. It was in this period that Amber and I talked about this around that time, and I told her that Johnny's keeping all of it in-house. And we discussed how it was kind of his way of controlling what Amber wore. Her styling definitely changed because of Johnny's stylist. Johnny was incredibly jealous and possessive and was threatened by her former partners and co-stars, both men and women. Both Amber and Johnny talked to their fights. It became such a problem that he would start a fight about every single job she took. For example, I was with them in Brazil in September of 2015 when they had a huge fight because she and I were leaving early so she could do a screen test for Aquaman if he saw a picture of Jason Momoa, her then co-star. But there are just many examples of this and many other fights that stemmed from his jealousy. Amber told me that he would get paranoid and take her phone and go through it and sometimes smashing or destroy it. She was constantly getting new phones because Johnny would just trash her phone. Johnny was also very verbally abusive. Even when he was sober, he could insult her and say he loved her in the same sentence and then with equal amounts of passion. I remember often him saying, Fucking ugly cunt, fat whore. But God, I fucking love you. And things like this. Johnny would then go into these rages. He would get so focused on something and just become irate, and they would get into these huge fights. When drugs were involved, it was obviously worse. For example, we were sitting by the fire on a camping trip in this Hicksville in June of 2013, and I'd seen Johnny smoking a lot of marijuana, and I understood that he was doing cocaine too because of the fact that his assistant, Nathan Holmes, had brought cocaine. And like this is one of Nathan's jobs to ensure that Johnny just had whatever he wanted to, including cocaine.
Sorry,
And then I saw these lines racked up in his tray.
So now she's got her clear talking points during the. She's obviously been coached, so she's rattling off talking points. The beginning of it, she says, oh well, in the beginning he was interested and interesting, and she has that kind of down. The guy Stephen Crowley, who we keep playing, that she was in Never Back Down, or that stupid UFC meets Karate Kid knockoff movie. There's audio we'll play directly after this, and he says how, and again, according to them, Amber wasn't interested in him at all and so this guy corroborates the fact that she wasn't interested in him, and then her career just wasn't going anywhere, and then suddenly she became. But Depp's, make no mistake, he's very much with Vanessa, and he's pursuing her. So I do believe a lot of that. I do believe, and you guys got to hear this. I found the next one we do. The title of it, the Deppening, is going to be Deppsclosure. You've got to hear the similarities between the movie Disclosure and this trial. It's insane. Basically, Camille Vasquez is Roma Mafia, whose name is Alvarez in the movie, and she's the lawyer for Michael Douglas, and she goes after Demi Moore in exactly the same way. It is frighteningly similar. The Me Too reversal and everything. It will blow you. I hope it blows your mind. I don't want to oversell it, but I couldn't. I was going through it today. We were going to incorporate it. It's just too much. It's too much that it deserves its own episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I played you some of it there. I don't know if you know the movie well.
Yeah, I've seen it 100 times. I can't wait to go through this trial again to find similarities.
No, but it'll come back to you. I'm telling you, it'll come when you see the drilling Roma Mafia does on Demi Moore. It'll come back to you exactly what Camille Vasquez does to Amber. It's eerie. I'm like, wow, this is just. I couldn't, and it was too much. So I decided to call an audible and for next time.
Mm-hmm. God bless you for that. Okay.
Trailer. I went to bed before everyone else. The next day I got up and we're all cleaning up and talking about the night before. And I asked, what did I miss after I went to bed? I can't remember who specifically told me, but there was a group conversation about that night. And I was told that it might have been from Amber's friend, Raquel Pennington, but could also have been another person in that group discussion. And that this sweet female friend of ours, Kelly Sue, gave Amber a hug or put her hand on Amber in some kind of way. And I was told that Johnny just suddenly lost it in the middle of the party and flew into a rage. He grabbed her by the wrist and said the words something to the effect of, "Don't fucking touch my woman," and threatened her, saying, "You know how much pressure you think it would take to break your wrist? Watch that wide load, yo." And I was told people were quite shocked by his outburst and that Amber had then tried to calm him.
Sorry, can you pause for a minute?
Then took him back to the trail.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that, Ms. Vasquez. They're all throwing my own terminology. Ms. Vasquez. Hello, Marta. Welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, so this wrist pressure thing, Sarah, what is going on with the wrist pressure?
That's another talking point. They used it once, it worked, so they decided to throw it into 3 other stories. Because it's also used in the Hicksville story too.
It's derivation of it. It's crazy. It just keeps. They never quite own it.
Yeah, it's a weird. It's probably something their father said to the mother.
I think so too. We also think they've cherry picked stories from her childhood of her dad threatening her poor mom. Her mom's a kind of a victim in all this. Paige Heard, and she passed away from cancer Was it 2 years ago? 2 years?
About that, yeah.
I have to say, you do feel sorry for Whitney and her mom to some degree. You don't have a
I feel sorry for the mother more because before she died, she was starting to reach out to Depp with the truth. And
yes.
of course, they couldn't use those text messages because she has passed away. I do not feel sorry for Whitney. She had every opportunity to tell the truth, and she did not. So she chooses to have that woman around her children, and she chooses to be her sister's whipping girl. So go on
Oh,
with yourself.
thank you, Marta. Marta says, congratulations to both of you. I feel like the trial ended in such a rewarding way. Thank you for all your hours of service. Thank you, Marta, for chiming in and for your kind words. It's not
Absolutely.
going to, we're going to cherry pick moments, I think, Sarah. And this isn't like beating it to death. I think because a lot of times I was so engaged with the chat, I wasn't, and I took it in a lot of, believe me, I took it in a lot, but I want to circle back to even the most innocuous of witnesses because I think we missed a lot. And I don't mean me, I mean everybody. I think there are things that did not get enough attention, and I want to cherry pick from each witness, and we're going to probably go through them all. And that's going to be like a series where we go through and we cherry pick our the little bon mots and underrated moments that maybe should have gotten more traction than it did. Even if it's like her assistant who she stole, Kate James, some of the housekeepers, the roustabout, as Nick said, Ben King, who was the estate manager, and those people. I mean, not that, any and everybody, even, obviously Isaac Baruch got a shit ton of attention in the beginning. He was like the big star, and then it became Dr. Curry, and then it became Ms. Vasquez. And so we're gonna go through some of the more underrated ones that flew under the, even if it's the succubus's people. Maybe a point.
Yeah, after the Deppsclosure episode,
it's such a stupid pun.
I'm going to take a break. I request a break from the trial, and we will get back to our mission statement for a few weeks, and then we'll dive back into that a little bit.
Yeah. That's I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And maybe in between that, I'll do like an old chat where we could just riff off the chat and various
I was
musings.
going to save that for the end of this episode, but I need the chat to convince Mr. Arm what day they would like him to do this. Maybe every week.
I don't want to clash with Gunk. We had
No,
Gunk.
you do it like on a Thursday or a Friday or a Saturday, whatever. Maybe
that was
Thursday,
my biggest.
Friday would be
That
better.
was the biggest fear, is that we would clash with Gunk, and we masterfully avoided it for the longest time. We were able to do it for weeks and months. In fact, we never once. We couldn't possibly. But this one time, I guess Stuttering John became available, and we crossed over for like an hour, I think. And the trial actually ended early that day. It was Thursday, right? And then
no, Friday. It ended with closing.
No, there was another day. It ended slightly.
Oh yeah. Thursday was like 4 hours.
Yes, I think that was the day. Oh no, it ended. One of the days it ended early, and the other days it was a half a day. There's a day it ended early, and there was a day
Thursday
it was
and
half
Friday.
a day. Right. Okay.
So choose for him, do it for him, and he will agree. What day toward the end of the week, and what time you would like him to do that, or if you want it to be an all day, if possible, kind of thing.
Avoid the NBA finals before, right? So it starts, I think it's 9 o'clock Eastern time. So we'll try to do it on a non-finals day.
But it would be like a heavily involved stream. So like probably more than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And you just riff off the chat. So, okay.
Yes.
All right. Put your votes in there, everybody, for when and where, not where, but when and what time. So, all right, let's get back to Whitney.
Real quick, though. Marta writes, Whitney looks like she has John Stockton syndrome. She only plays in Utah with Karl Malone. Every shot in the courtroom, she looked like crippled with fear. And not only that, Marta, but Depp looks so... This is where you love him, because he's psychoanalyzing her. As he said, she's left out in the cold, and she looks like, Amber is the superstar of the family, and she gets the short end of the stick all the time. And I was really touched when he said it just looked like in her eyes that she missed out. She just missed out. That's like that gets you. I thought that was, if you're going to win over a juror, that's the way to do it.
Yeah. Reports from the jury, and I don't trust any of these things until we actually get a verdict. They could be all pro-Amber supporters. So who knows? Reports apparently from the lawyers that go in there and watch them all day is when Whitney went up there, they immediately turned off. and just stopped looking at her,
I
writing
didn't know
notes
that.
and paying attention.
I didn't hear that.
So
I thought her testimony was the most effective
yeah,
out of.
if I didn't know better, yeah, I would have bought it.
It was her and Josh Drew. I thought had two her
Well,
the
Josh Drew was easily. Did they play in Camille's closing? Did they play the police video?
No.
Oh my God!
No.
Why did they not
No,
do
they
that?
did not. No, they did not. Poutine.
Okay, now I'm worried. Okay, all right, I'm gonna play this while I fret over here.
I then went to see Amber after this. She told me about what happened, confirming what I had just been told about Johnny threatening to kill Kelly Sue. And I saw the aftermath, and it was like a bomb had just gone off in their trailer. The place was just trashed with furniture overturned, a lamp broken, and so on. Amber told me that Johnny had done it during a huge fight, and that he'd also ripped her dress off, which was a favorite of hers, a vintage sundress that she was wearing all the time at that point. I later heard from Amber and Nathan that Johnny had to pay the owners for the damage he had caused. And this is like 2013, and it's just another example is this painting incident in 2013, which I think I addressed further below. You know, I was often asked to intervene when they were fighting, with either Johnny or Amber coming to my apartment and just get me involved to some sort it out and calm things down, or I would sort of be sent over to his house and we'd talk to him after they fought. Johnny would then go to his man cave, as we called it, and it was always after a big fight. It got to the point that my nickname became the marriage counselor. You know, one example of this I remember was after a fight they had in November of 2014. Amber called me to go and talk to Johnny. I was at his place on the porch, and I think he was supposed to be going to this to present an award at this Hollywood Film Award kind of thing that night, but he was
Sorry about that. Pause. This is key. This is key right here. So this is when he does the Shep Gordon tribute on CBS, and he comes out as completely shocked on God knows what. Every type of substance available. You can clearly see it. There's no sense in trying to say you're not. He's completely crocked and disturbed and wasted. They catch him. He comes out and does it. He doesn't want to avoid it. So she tells, this is shit that has not come up in the televised trial at all. So apparently his sister is involved in here, and the sister's Christy Dombrowski is trying to cajole him to go to this thing, and he doesn't want to go. So as probably he would have made the right decision, but he committed to it. She's got to clean up. She's the gatekeeper. She's cleaning up the delinquents, and she's arguing with him on the porch while he's confiding in Whitney during this. So he's about to go to that famous award show that did they play that clip on the trial? I don't think they did.
No, they didn't. They talked. I think it was mentioned.
Crazy. They talk about it, but they don't play the clip.
Yeah. I don't know. Now that I'm thinking back on it, I'm like, why did they not do this? Why did they not do that? Oh,
I know.
God. Okay.
Refusing to go, and he was just drinking his face off. I sat there with him for hours, and we just talked about the fight. Well, he just sat there drinking. His sister Christy kept coming out to tell him he had to leave over and over again, but he shooed her away. I think Christy blamed me for making him wait and just keeping him there, but I had been sent over to talk to him and encourage him to actually go to the award show. If I tried to leave and he said, "No, sis, stay and let's talk about this," he was angry because Amber had auditioned for a part and had not told him. I just didn't want to tell him about it, claiming she was sneaking behind his back in some way to get work. And I just remember saying to him, "Why does she have to tell you about every single thing she's doing?" And he said, "Well, I've been in the business a lot longer than she has. And even she's been alive. And I think, she should listen to me." This was also another incident in which he said, "I can take care of her and all of you. She doesn't need the work." He would make out like he was trying to protect her, but it was obvious to me from their fights that he just wanted to control her, and he just didn't want her to work. Finally, Christy came out and said, "You have to leave. It's an award show. You have to go now. You can't be late for this." I later saw, all over the news then that he had gone and actually done the show, which was crazy to me, but he was visibly drunk and slurred through all of his speech. And now it made international news headlines. I exhibit a clip of this taken from that YouTube and exhibit WH1 page 1. I then began to notice signs of physical abuse, like bruises or cuts or burns on her arm. And this is like early on when I first asked her about it sometime in mid 2013. She always had like some kind of like an excuse. She bumped into this or that. She had a mark on her arm from burning herself, like cooking or using her curling iron for her hair. I didn't really challenge her about it initially. We all fell in love with Johnny, and he.
Remember, she's a cook.
And remember, America fell in love with Stuttering John, and I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
Oh God, you just reminded me he's coming up. Okay.
He was like a brother to me. I didn't want to believe that this person that I loved was hurting someone else that I loved, and then later on she was just more open about it. And after she left him, she apologized to me for not being honest when I confronted her. And then she was explained she was really just trying to protect him. One day, I can't remember exactly when it was. It was like sometime after March, but like before they got engaged in like September of 2013. I saw that her face was swollen and she had a mark under her eye. And I had my suspicions before, but it was clear to me that she had been hit. I confronted her about it in the kitchen at the Eastern Columbia building, and I said, "What the fuck is happening here? You have to talk to me. I'm not stupid. I can see he's hitting you." She admitted to me that he had hit her, but at the time, she was constantly putting it on herself or blaming herself, and she said that she must have done something to annoy him or antagonize him. I told her she needed to leave because it wasn't worth it if he's going to be doing that to her, and it's not going to stop. They weren't married and they didn't have kids, so best to get out of there before this got any deeper. She didn't want to leave, and I said, I really love him too, and we really fight hard, but we love even harder. This became a constant refrain from both of them. Johnny would say this to me too, and we talked about their fights, and I really had never seen my sister be in love like this, like she was with Johnny. And she just didn't want to let go of it. So from then on, I'd notice things more often. She would sometimes have marks on her face or these weird cuts or burns on her arms, which were kind of small and round. And I just remember thinking it was kind of strange. We did talk about it from time to time, but it wasn't as if we went over in close detail over every single fight. But there were many fights. Over time, I tried to intervene, telling her she had to leave. When they got engaged in September of 2013, I felt sick about it. When she called to tell me, I told her that it was kind of a bad idea, and I begged her not to go through with it. And I said that she should really just end it because it wasn't going to get any better. I just knew it. I asked her, "Why are you putting up with this?" And I told her that putting a ring on her finger was just not going to stop him from hitting her. Johnny would talk to me about their fights. It was striking how he had a completely different version of the events that Amber did. For example, he would claim to me that Amber had called him a fucking pussy or a little girl. It was always like that she had something emasculating to him, which he felt really justified his rage. But when I spoke to Amber, she would just say that is absolutely did not happen. And I think his drinking and drug use affected a lot of his perception and his memory of events. He would talk about blacking out, but he could also, at the same time convince himself about how things went down, and you couldn't convince him otherwise. Amber sometimes recorded conversations with Johnny to be able to show him when he was sober what had actually happened.
Can you pause?
In the end.
Yep.
Okay. So now she's taken her tact of she always does the perfect noble thing, and she's this old romantic who wants to get married, but she's so noble that she's making excuses for him, and she's always the victim. So she's coached her very well during this, and there's never once, just like her sister, never once admitting to one flaw, one mistake. She's Miss Perfect, and Whitney's backing it up here. If you notice, she's saying exactly what Amber. There's not one single peccadillo or flaw that she's even, just even subtly.
No, I agree. It's for her though. It's I got to get this story straight, or I get the hose again. So, well, I've said it before, but when she was testifying in the UK, she's texting her sister while she's testifying.
Gina Bobina in Texas wants me to read romance novels. We'll have Dr. Hughes read it, and she'll go every 5 seconds. She'll go, correct, correct. You'll be put to sleep by correct, 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 correct.
That was Amber. God. Correct.
Who? But in the chat, who is the worst? Correct, correct, correct. Amber or Dr. Hughes? Who's the worst?
God.
I'm never gonna say correct again.
No, I'm never going to say mezzanine, which I never did before, but I never want to hear mezzanine, split. I never want to hear any of it. I'm done.
Split might be my least favorite.
Hey, Kevin, she had a nice set in that white suit. I would have motorboated her for the job she did.
You said effectively, and I want to hear effectively again. Coachella, Gaslight, Specificity. Remember Josh Drew? Specificity.
Oh, God. Yeah. All right, ready?
You can write a book.
Sign NDA for your book. I need her gone from my life, and I hope it's very soon after we get past the next episode.
I'm telling you, reality shows coming. I'm telling you, the Coachella Con artists are coming to Netflix.
I observed that there was a pattern. Like, she stopped fighting back and would try to mollify him by saying things like, you're right. And she tried to calm him down, and he would scream,
They're just reversing the roles.
Patronize me. The only way to calm it down was to separate them physically. But then he would start screaming like, you know what? If she really fucking cared, she'd be here right now. And then he would start destroying things. It got to a point where there was just no winning and no way to end the fight.
Did I read that
Over
right?
time, I did confront Johnny about hitting Amber.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to remember exactly when I first confronted him, but it was so long ago, and there were so many fights. It was before their wedding, I think, in February of 2015. So this is like sometime in 2014 after one of their other fights. And again, I was sent over to the Eastern Columbia building to talk to him. I remember saying to him, why did you have to fucking hit her? And sometimes he would just flat out deny it or downplay it by saying, no, I just pushed her. I didn't hit her. No. Other times he would just acknowledge that he had hit her, but would try to justify it by claiming she hit him first, or she, quote, she called me a pussy. And then would say, sis, I just lost control this one time. He blamed her for it, saying things like, I just love her so much, but this is what she does to me. He never, ever took responsibility for it. Much later, Dad told me he received a text message from Johnny apologizing for hitting her. Sometime in 2015, I was just so over it all, and I was no longer friendly with him, and he knew I was not happy. I would refuse or just avoid opportunities to hang out with him or be around him. And if he and Amber were eating dinner, I just wouldn't join. I was upset about what was happening, and I just didn't want to be part of it. My relationship with Johnny really had just soured at that point. And now it's around this time that Johnny now is accusing me of leaking and selling stories to the media about him and Amber to my friend Sarah Kitnick.
Did you want me to pause? Sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. You can pause. I didn't tell you to pause, but that's fine. I mean, now she's going into with the allegations. Now she got kicked out of the penthouses. She was in penthouse 2, Sarah.
No, she was in 4. Yeah,
4. So they're Depp and Amber Heard are in 3. 5 is the kind of Beth closet to all around.
Yeah.
Have a party. It's her closet. It's just all around kind of vacant space they use for various shit. Nobody's technically in there. Isaac Baruch is in penthouse
2,
and Josh Drew and Rocky Pennington are in
1.
Yes, are in 1.
Along with Liz Mars, the ultimate Kardashian-looking bitch.
Right.
Swimming in and peeing in the pool.
And they kick out Whitney because she gets caught selling stories from their wedding and just in general to TMZ and People magazine. And that's her connection. And they believe Io Tillett Wright was doing that as well.
Yeah. I'm flashing back to these mooches, these barnacles. It's upsetting me. I'm looking at chat here.
Depp got her. Well, this is one of the moments we're going to clip. Hopefully, we're going to go back to circle. Depp admitted that he got in in cahoots with the executives at Warner Brothers and essentially got her without bragging. But he wasn't. If like there's one thing Depp doesn't do, he doesn't really know how to brag effectively, and so he kind of in his own way basically says, I got her in with all the Warner Brothers executives, and that's how she got the role of Mira.
Mm-hmm.
And he lays it out. He doesn't really dance around. He just lays it out in the way that in his special Hunter-esque walking kind of way.
Yep. You know a lot. Did I ever tell you that?
What's that?
No.
Well, I mean, we all assumed that had not, until he blurted it out there. We all assumed that she's not getting. What did she do to earn the female lead in the number one DC movie? She did nothing to earn. There had to be some chicanery going on, and sure enough, he lays it. It's the first time. We all assumed it. We all conjectured that happened, and that's exactly how it happened. So he had enough pull, and over the years and relationships he's developed with Warner Brothers. I mean, if you don't think of his relationship, these people are showing up to see him, and the way he treats people on sets, and the way he treats his fans. This is where the karma police, in a good way, comes home to roost, and how she's just a maniac and an awful narcissist and reductive and a just total fucking borderline personality piece of shit. This is karma in a way, and this shows you kind of what, I guess, how it comes full circle. And the trial is all these people are coming out in support of him, and it's kind of beautiful to see.
Mm-hmm.
It's all and I what I'm saying is the way his great spirit and generosity and is infectious to the sets and the people and relationships he's made over the years on the various his crazy career. This is how you can get a meet with Warner Brothers and get her that job.
Yeah.
Welcome, Greenpoint.
To get on his good side, and have a friend for life, all you have to do is say something that he perceives as profound.
Yes.
And you're in. That's why he would never be my friend, probably. I would just work for him.
Oh, you'd be such a pit bull. You'd be the greatest.
I wouldn't let anybody give him shit.
Dabrowski. You'd be the greatest Christine Dabrowski.
Yeah. No, you're not coming in.
You sounded like you, and during the trial, she had your same kind of demure personality, but there's like a pit bull underneath, and everything's like you're all up your head all the time, and everything's like internalized, and she didn't want the attention. She reminded me of you.
Well, you watch her testify now, especially. You go back and watch that, and it's hard to watch because she thinks about every syllable before she says it.
That's a very common trait they both share.
It's the female Johnny
over
Depp.
Every syllable. Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And Dr. Spiegel said that his brain's been infected by so much use of drugs, and that it's kind of he can't formulate. It's a weird thing. Like his speech cadence and analyzing it, and what Spiegel said, some of it's it really definitely bears kind of dissecting that, because it's like some people say, well, how could you deliver these lines magnificent? And you hear him on some of the tapes, and he's flawlessly speaking. Like it's just, and you hear him back in the day, old interviews with him, and it's a completely different person. It's really, really strange to analyze his speech cadence.
I think now, if you go back to that audio of where he's trying to go talk to or visit his daughter, and she's freaking out in the car, I think if you get him to a point where he is angry, frustrated, and in a frenzy, he's going to speak much faster.
So true. I think, I've said this for years. Sometimes you just do your best thinking and work when you're in a state of anger. A lot of great art just comes from pain and anger. I know there's times where I'm like, I'll hear myself play back or something on something from years ago or whatever. And like, I get the most out of myself when I'm angry. I don't want to sound like Bruce Banner, but and you can't really bottle it, and table it. Sometimes you think, wow, I wish I could be like that not be angry all the time, but you could somehow channel that when you need to, and your brain's hitting on all cylinders and the synapses are firing, and you don't think, you just rattle it off, and it's just tough to maintain that.
I think in that audio, I go back to that because that's probably my
Unless you're
favorite
Pat Cooper.
audio. Yeah. That's my favorite audio because it's really telling in that audio. But when he goes, then just say goodbye.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
I've listened to more audio and video of him than anyone in the world. I've never heard that intonation. That was
yeah.
so crazy to me.
He was done because it was crossing into that forbidden zone of child. You know what I mean? Because she was now interfering. Her tantrum was now interfering with the time he was going to spend with his daughter.
Yep.
So he's done. Anyway, all right, let's get back to Whitney.
Journalist and was then writing for People magazine. In fact, she was tipping me off about stories that other media outlets were going to publish about Johnny and Amber's upcoming wedding and warned me that other people were going to send helicopters over the wedding and things like that. And it was just not true. And I was giving or selling him information about my sister and Johnny. But Johnny used my relationship with Sarah to accuse me of selling stories to the media. So after Amber believed him, I was devastated. I was so upset that she believed Johnny over me. And there was like a long period in about 2015 when I was just estranged from Amber and Johnny because of this. Johnny's people even tried to get me to sign an NDA about their relationship. I was worried he was using it as an excuse to cut me out because I knew what was going on and had been critical of his conduct and was telling her to leave him. I didn't sign the NDA and I moved out of the Eastern Columbia building. It was in this period when we weren't speaking and I was no longer living with them. I was perpetually terrified he would really hurt her and that I wouldn't be there to help. So despite the separation from Amber, I continued to have conversations with Rocky Pennington and our friend Io Tillett Wright about our concerns about Amber and what was happening in the relationship with Johnny. Amber was increasingly isolated, which kind of worried me.
Pause for a minute.
It seemed like Johnny was isolating Amber from.
All she is doing here is switching names.
I know. They said, I think it was, was it this? Somebody said projection, might have been Greenpoint.
Yeah.
Projection. The Isaac Baruch stuff is exactly what she's described. It's eerie how she's stealing his projection and his thoughts and all. Crazy Robin wrote something really profound. She said something. Oh God, where is it? I highlighted it and it fucking jumped. She said,
I know.
Okay, here it is. Okay. This is classic crazy Robin. It's way up there though. The reality is we bring ourselves wherever we go. You can only pretend for so long. That's really good.
Mm-hmm.
She could barely how about Marta's compliment to you? You would weed. I could picture Sarah. Where did she write this? Weeding out the grifters one by one. You are good at that. You hate everybody. I mean, you got to really earn your.
You say that, but that's not true.
I'm just
I've said it before. I just hold women more responsible, and I know I expect more from a woman than I do a man, and they disappoint me usually.
Dorian Morgan writes, the herds are so deep in the stories they can't backtrack. I know the double corroboration. I just say this too, and I don't want to bring politics or the insurrection and Trump's Legion of Doom and his goons and all the
You're
lying.
Itching too. Go ahead.
No, I'm not just saying. But the precedence this sets with her lying under oath. It's like if you don't, and the Gina Bobina thing I'm telling with the community service now, she needs consequences because this is a civil trial. You need monetary consequences, and I'm not because she needs to learn the hardest lesson they can deliver because the precedent you're setting is you are allowed to lie under oath. You can perjure yourself. No, that's okay. That's okay. No big deal. She's been doing this. How many different cases is from the Australia dog smuggling shit? We need repercussions. Everyone's eyeballs are on this trial. And because it's televised, it's even more amped. Could you imagine if it wasn't televised? I know the chaos that they get in line for this thing. But the lessons, so many lessons to be learned from this trial. But the consequences, and I'm all for second chances. But this is beyond. She's lost all. That shit's out the window years ago with her and second chances. You are now telling people you can lie under oath, you can perjure yourself all day long, and you'll have no consequences. She has to pay for it. She has to. And I'm as liberal as anybody. I know people make mistakes, and we all have our fault. This is off the chain. What you're now saying, because if I get arrested, I'm just going to go, okay, well, Trump's goons lie all the time. They get nothing. I just watched Amber Heard for 6 weeks lie about everything, perjure herself over and over again. She had no consequence. So I guess I get none. If I'm going to court, I'm using that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's because that's the exact. You have to fucking throw Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, the Rum Diaries, Hell's Angels, all of it at her.
Mm-hmm.
At the fullest extent of whatever the civil trial is, monetary wise.
Yeah. Oh Lord, I was looking for updates on Twitter. Go ahead. Picture of Johnny Depp from that Marilyn Manson video that you love so much. He's got his head between a woman. Oh, anyway. All right. I got distracted there. I'm banning myself. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
I'm just thinking. Galingus.
I don't need it from him. He's disgusting, and I can't wait for everybody to start up with that story on their channels and watch them crumble. Not that I'm bitter. Okay, here we go.
From her own friends who were calling out now what was going on. So by then, Io Tillett Wright was banned by Johnny too. At some point in January of 2016, I sought reconciliation because, now I'm really worried about Amber and I just didn't want to be cut off from her. I knew I had done nothing wrong and I was still angry at Johnny, but I apologized just so I could be around just to keep an eye on her. So when I went over to see Amber at the Eastern Columbia building to talk things through and reconcile, I remember being shocked when I saw her. She had just lost so much weight in the months that we had not been speaking. It was awful. The stress was taking its toll, and I saw that she was just like emaciated. She told me she'd recently been suffering with shingles and anxiety attacks and had heart problems. I was relieved when she finally filed for divorce and now a restraining order. What is apparent to me now is that by not intervening more aggressively, I think I facilitated the problem. In hindsight, I wish I just called the police. But those of us who were privy to her life with Johnny, myself, Io, Rocky, we were all extremely aware about the need to protect their privacy and avoid publicity. We knew that calling the police would cause an international media incident and the media circus for really both of them. Amber was still trying to protect him and to help him beat his addictions. I remember thinking that she probably would never have forgiven me if I called the police and disturbed their ability to get him help as well. So we all wanted him to get better, obviously. I just wanted him to get better myself, but at the end of the day, he was really just hurting my sister.
Sarah?
Over the course of their relationship.
Sorry, I just want to. Greenpoint writes, that's what I said. Jackie Robinson played better angry, and sadly, he's plenty of pieces of shit people to make him angry. Yeah, well, baseball is a sport that I wouldn't almost think. I'm on the fence as to whether playing it angry, because it's so hand to eye and specific, you could actually fuck up if you play it. But I guess he channeled that in all the right directions. Because I know basketball, I play way better when I'm angry. And anything that's full, like football, you play better when you're angry. Certainly basketball. I know that I'm at my best when I've got a chip on my shoulder. That's for sure. And in life, I think if you could somehow channel that chip on your shoulder and some productive art, there's nothing better than that. If you could know it's there and you could manipulate it, channel it. There needs to be people as Pell remarkable. They have no motivation to be better. Yeah, bad people. Right. We just go down to Texaho. Right. Yeah, this is what I want to get to. She's perpetually terrified. Why? She didn't call the police and have her concern documented somehow. And then she goes down to, and where's the father? Where's David Hurt? If Depp is abusing her, it's her dad's job to step in and lay down the law, isn't it? And that's such a millennial. Right? Go ahead, Sarah.
He was too busy dreaming up a script about a Western movie that Depp was going to finance to worry about his daughter.
She's not kidding.
Make-believe abuse.
She's not kidding. Depp would get barraged with screenplay ideas from her dad. So he's got the fucking, he is completely starstruck. He is a star fucker. He is only concerned with what he can do for them. She has found the mother lode of, and so David Hurt is more enamored with Depp than his daughter. And he doesn't give a shit. I mean, he abused her himself. Why would he care if he is?
He created this.
He absolutely created this. Yep.
And the beaten dog sister. There's a third sister I always forget about.
Oh, is she's younger?
No, there's an older sister, and she She wants nothing to do with him. So she escaped in time, apparently.
Isn't there a lost Osborne sister that refused to
Yeah,
do the
Amy.
reality show? Okay. What's her
Yeah,
deal?
she's the
Did
oldest.
she ever surface on?
She just didn't want to be on camera.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I saw and heard many, many fights, and I was told by Amber about numerous incidents of violence. So I addressed here, I guess, the events that I'm told are particularly relevant and at issue in the proceedings. I was present for some events or can explain what I was told about these events by Amber, Johnny, or others at the time and since. The first incidents of violence, I didn't know much about this at the time it happened. Amber and I, did not openly discuss the fact he was hitting her until sometime between like March and September of 2013. The first time I heard about this incident was during their divorce, or around that time when she really opened up and started telling me about previous incidents. So while I knew it had been happening, there were more conversations about the recounting of specific incidents after she had gotten the restraining order. And then during the divorce process, she told me also that early on in their relationship, he really hit her multiple times, and until she just fell to the floor. She said they were sitting on a couch one day discussing his tattoo about Winona Ryder, which now reads like "Wino Forever," and she laughed about something, and he just slapped her across the face. She described feeling stunned because she just didn't know how to react, because it was like the first time a partner had ever hit her like that. She she said she was just so stunned. She looked at him in shock, and which enraged him, and he smacked her again really hard, and she just fell down. She described like feeling off guard, and that she was just too in love, and she was just trying to figure out if this would ever happen again. In the painting incident in March of 2013, I lived with Amber at the time. I'd been out of the house, and I remember someone calling me to come home from work to try to help deal with Johnny. Johnny and I were really close at the time. So he or his assistants would call me whenever there was an issue with him and Amber, because I somehow was able to talk him off a ledge in previous arguments. I was also told on the call that he was supposed to be filming some kind of documentary with Keith Richards at his house, but he was at home with Amber and he was like refusing to go. So the production was now being held up. So I came home, I walked into a mess. Johnny was really just in the kitchen, and there are just lines of cocaine and almost like an empty bottle of whiskey right in front of him. He clearly had been heavily drinking. And I was told he'd been up all night doing coke. He was smoking indoors. Normally, he'd actually be respectful about it and just go outside, but he was smoking in the kitchen now, and it was clear he just had been smoking there for some time, because there were just lit cigarette butts everywhere. There was broken glass in the kitchen, and furniture was just askew. I knew something happened, so I sat there and just chatted with him. Amber came into the kitchen and was trying to placate him by being like non-confrontational and asking how she could help him, like saying like, "Can I get you anything, baby?" He just sat in the chair, and she tried to embrace him lovingly from behind, telling him everything would be all right. But he just shrugged her off, pushing her arms away, and just told her to fuck off. And it was immediately apparent to me that Amber was like just really upset, and she had been crying. Her face was swollen. But at that stage, I didn't know he'd ever been physical with her. I did notice one side of her face was super red, and she had what looked like a split lip. And I remember thinking to myself, that's not from crying. But there's so much going on now, and the task at hand was just calm Johnny down and de-escalate it. Just get him out of there. And so it really wasn't the right time to ask her. And, if I had, I think I...
this incident, the picture that I have on the screen at the top, that's from that day.
Yep.
As you look at him, doesn't he look like he's on a rampage? But my theory with her is, with Amber, if she's planning something like to be an incident, quote unquote, she styles her hair where half of her face is covered, like in this photo. So I think that she probably had this in mind that
Every
day.
follicle is manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I guess.
I forgot to Ellen Stern. That's the equivalent to the lost Heard sister. Ellen Stern. Pell writes here, Whitney, I don't think was strong enough to do the right thing. She's so brainwashed by Amber. Telling the truth almost became an impossibility because the right thing is what her sister says is the right thing. That's really good, Pell. That's spot on. That's a really good analysis. She doesn't. You right and wrong is out. There's no moral compass because it's Amber's moral compass.
Mm-hmm.
Probably would have just set him off further. I remember thinking I just needed to ask her about it later. I was trying to talk to him and trying to figure out why he was so upset, but it was just hard to make sense of what he was saying now. He was very focused on how angry he was at her, but it was hard to get him out of this or why he was even so mad. He was rambling about a friend of hers, Amber called Marie de Villepin, and calling her a slut, saying together in Paris. Eventually, I managed to get him and out of there, and he'd been so upset about a painting on the wall by Amber's ex, Tasia Von Ree. At some point, I did walk around the house and I saw that the painting had been taken off the wall. I didn't look at it closely at the time, but Amber told me a few days later that he tried to burn it. And when that failed, he scratched out her signature and wrote Tasia Von P. Johnny was very threatened by Amber's ex-partners and especially Tasia. I think because she's a woman, he was upset that the painting was on the wall and just convinced himself that Amber was now having an affair with Tasia. I said the words to the effect of, so what? The painting's on the wall. You're in her bed. And he kept deflecting it, saying things like, oh, I don't know. You know, she could be in her bed as well. You just couldn't reason with him at these times. He would make things up and convince himself that he was just like right to justify his anger at Amber, and told me like, you know, I just went through her phone. I saw her text messages. We tried to explain to him that it's just not true. Like one of us, either myself or Amber, even went through her phone and tried to show him her own text messages to him with Tasia to show that there was just nothing to be suspicious about. But he just wouldn't even look at it. He was so convinced of it that he didn't even want to be confronted by the actual evidence that proved otherwise. It's like the truth didn't even matter to him. I don't think the fight was actually about Amber or the painting when I think about it. I started to think that Johnny was just starting fights as a pretext or like an excuse to drink booze or go on some kind of bender and just not to go to work. He'd done this before. For example, like after one fight.
That's really interesting. I had not in all the hours of trial we heard. That's really no one's proposed this theory that he creates drama as an excuse to get wasted. Just let me oh my God, I'm going to lean into this. And now I'm going to qualify just a 3-day drug and drinking binge with Marilyn Manson and the drugs and the Miss Vasquez.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interesting theory. There could be something to it. There could be something to it.
I don't know. I think it's more
in my life. I've made excuses I've done that. I've not that I've done something to do it, but I just remember getting in some kind of probably at the highest alcohol percentage in my life. There would be moments where I'd be like, you know, oh, that sucked. I have to drink. And it's the knee jerk movie. No, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's therefore it's a crutch. And it, not that it did anything wrong. I know there's no damage. There's no consequences. It was just a kind of, I just remember fleeing to the sweet arms of booze.
Mm-hmm. I can't
the
relate.
Embrace of booze. Well, I know you don't know. But that's, I will admit that I have done that.
Yeah. I mean, my uncle did it all the time. Not saying you're on his level.
I'm not saying all the time. I'm saying I do just like any time that be some gravitas in your life, it was an excuse to drink. And we all do it. Whether it's a good time or a bad time.
Well, people are conditioned ever since, the 50s that you have a rough day at the office, you come home, you have a shot of whiskey.
Yes.
Or,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
This is the more extreme version. It's a pacifier, right?
Yeah, of course. Ward Cleaver wasn't doing a line of cocaine when he got home from the office.
Gina Bobina says cigarettes. Why is it? Like, somehow cigarettes you get a pass. Like, that's okay. Like, well, there's a whole work debate going on now, guys, where the non-smokers are going, wait a minute, so I don't smoke, and so if all I got to do is become a smoker and I get an extra 45 minutes of lunch, I just
Tell me
get
about it,
random
yeah.
breaks and run out to the street. That's the whole Stern set, like Gary Dell'Abate running out to the.
That's the whole office Sarah works in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. So you should say just you become a fake smoker, so you get an extra hour of breaks during the day.
Yeah, I'd rather sit there and work than,
Yeah.
put the odds of life against me later on.
He took off to the island with Keith Richards and just partied for a week. I sat with him in the kitchen for about 4 hours trying to reason with him and get him to go home, and they could just finish the filming. His driver now is outside waiting with his assistant, Nathan. Nathan came inside at one point and tried to help and tried to intervene by removing the whiskey or cocaine. And like when that didn't work, each time Johnny would just make himself up a new line of cocaine. Nathan would ask if he could have some. His team were so desperate to get him to the set that Nathan even took Johnny's drugs. I mean, I presume hoping that if he didn't take it all himself and he just ran out, they could actually get him to the set. But then at some point, his sister Christy called on the phone to talk about how to get him out of the house and to this set. And Johnny just would not leave that kitchen. We drove over to the Eastern Columbia building, I think it was, and we're in the car and on the way there, and we had music just blaring. I'm in the front seat. I look back trying to hear what they're talking about over the music. And he's just smoking now with the window open. I don't remember what was said, but suddenly now he has Pistol, Amber's dog, holding it out the window. And I remember freezing because he was so fucked up, and Pistol had wriggled and he would have dropped.
Because that family cares about dogs.
The daughters of dog fighters.
Mm-hmm.
It's so crazy. Texas writes, yeah, our drinking coach is a former fiend now, we find out. So I trust his expertise. I honestly do. Yeah, Texas, I have to learn from my mistakes. I'm not a perfect drinker. There are times I don't drink for all the right reasons, but at least I have the balls to admit it. And I've never once done anything I regret under the guy in its clutches. My bad moments are very, very, very minuscule. I've harnessed those to become the drinking coach guru that I am today.
And put it in perspective. When was the last time you had alcohol?
And is there a perfect time to drink? Me?
Yeah.
So I haven't drank since the trial started because it's just it's just the stress of the trial and the gravitas and just the hours that it's consumed. It does not. I will, even though I probably have somewhat of a Peter Pan complex, I will admit that at this age, I can't rally from hangovers anymore. I just can't. I can't stay hydrated well enough. This is something, and I get migraines even without. So during the taxing stuff with the waking up earlier and going to bed and just sort of, and with gunk, the double dipping, I had to just, and that's the ability a drinking coach has to turn it on and off as he sees fits. And I just did not trust the rallying from the hangover. That's my if I had a least favorite part about drinking, it is the not able to figure out the hydration ratio to the hangover, that you start each day with 2 strikes against you. When you have a legitimate hangover, you are useless the next day.
Yeah, I've never had one. Look at me.
You and Ben Chu.
Yeah. We're perfect for each other. Another person who's never done anything wrong in his life.
Crystal light shots of off your navel.
Oh God. Okay.
And that would have just been it. I remember Amber was crying, saying like, "Baby, please let me have Pistol." Johnny's laughing with this awful, evil laugh and just shouting and teasing her about dropping the dog out the window. Amber's pleading with him and somehow managed to get the dog back. Johnny's just laughing and joked, "Maybe let's just put her in the microwave." It was really dark and really messed up.
Like baby.
I remember when we arrived, he waltzed into the house and into the filming as if like nothing had happened.
So now Amber's allegations is, and I could see this. His fans are nuts. These women are out of their minds. They think they're all going to marry him.
May I say real quick?
Yes.
I'm reading the fans of Amber Heard on Twitter. They have the Depp fans are totally sane in comparison. Carry
Yeah,
on.
I mean, they're not. I'm not saying that the insanity. Obviously, they're both just completely mentally ill. I mean, there's a certain sect, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there are
Mary Anthony
factions of
fact,
each.
right?
Yes.
So we're saying that, and the microwave story was stolen from her, and they said, "Well, we're going to microwave your baby." I can believe someone said that to her. Maybe it's a lie. Maybe
There
it's not,
was
but I do
another.
believe it.
There was another story about somebody in who minor celebrity in court where they used that. They said that they were threatening to microwave my child,
Yes.
and the theory is she stole that, as she steals everything.
Yes. 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 And we're also saying, we were saying this before we went on. I'm surprised. Like, we're talking about the consequences for this trial, and I'm saying that you need to attach a money lien on her so she never forgets it, and a lesson is taught. That's just without question. It's not good. Just clearing his name is not good enough. She needs to learn a lesson. But nevertheless, I don't think any lesson is good enough for these fangirls. That no matter how this goes, she still exists. Unless you pull the life force out of her, there's no literal death is the only satisfaction. As long as she's still breathing, these women will not. There's no punishment that's good enough for them. And I'm really shocked that some crazy broad just didn't sit across the street in Fairfax with a silencer and just put it between her eyes. I mean, I really thought we're going in. Every security concern she has is valid. They want her dead. There's no punishment good enough. Sarah, you think I'm exaggerating? There's really, I mean, what you're going to fixate on this all day long. What punishment besides death could be good enough for her?
That's not correct, of course, in life. But yeah, there are certainly some of their fans on both sides that want to stop nothing. They want nothing short of the ultimate end for either one. So it is frightening.
Zach, I think I have a dark side to me, but I'm just trying to channel how they think, and you could see them just, if I tweet enough pictures of fake bruises, he's going to see this and marry me. That's what you're not there for any other reason. Do you think they care about anything else? This is all about this crazy, crazy delusional thing. Nothing made them happier than when this all went to shit. Because they hated her from the day they got together. They hated Vanessa. They hated Kate Moss. This all goes back. There's nobody good enough for him. And there's no punishment good enough for them unless it's death. She can't exist. She can't, you know what I mean? There's nothing she can do. There's no clothing she can wear. There's no statement she can make. There's no test. Everything she does is the worst. There's no objectivity. When we're trying to call it both ways, we try to give it like, okay, well, because it's boring. If all we do is kiss his ass the whole time, this thing is so boring. So we have to try to look at the other side of it. Like, how does this go, and call him out on things he might do. But he can do no wrong, and she can do no right. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing she can wear. There's nothing she can say. You hate everything about it. And she is devoid of all charisma. This isn't me with any kind of bias. I think people who looked at this objectively, who have no dog in the hunt, she has zero. It's amazing how she even got a foot in the door, because she really doesn't. Camille Ms. Vasquez has insane angelic charisma, and it's in her face, and you can see it in her eyes. Amber Heard is devoid of all those things. She's got the dead soul and the dead eyes, and you wonder how she ever got her foot in the door in the first place, how she even got a SAG card.
Well, I think my prediction is, unfortunately, if she wins, she's never going to shut up, and she's going to hit every media source she can. When she starts talking, she's going to ramp it up even more, the stories. And at that point, I think that's when somebody's going to come out of the shadows and take a shot.
Yeah. You nailed it. You nailed it. If this verdict isn't up to snuff, and there is no verdict that's going to be up to snuff, that's when it's all going to go down. And I would amp up if I'm Fairfax. There's no security. You got to be on your toes for all of it. All of it. I can't believe they don't have a private entrance for her to sneak in and out of. I can't believe they have her going through a traditional door. And I'm not trying to protect her. I could care less what happens to her. But I'm telling you, death is not good enough for these broads. I can't believe it's definitely something They have to fear this. They have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's going to have to agree to that 24-hour security that Muskie offered her. So she's going to have that. I would
Yep.
assume if that's his kid, she already has it.
Mollusk, you mean? Teflon
Muskie.
mollusk. Teflon.
Yeah.
Sarah, everybody wants to know your loaded potato salad recipe at the end of this.
I'm going to post that on the channel, on the YouTube channel. So I will post it maybe tonight.
Cheddar and bacon and
I have
mustard.
a batch.
Yeah.
Gross. I have a batch in the fridge. That sounds so gross. All right, let's get through Whitney so we can move on to the next one.
And I remember watching everyone being so openly annoyed by this, rolling their eyes, but no one said anything to him. And I was surprised that no one seemed shocked by his behavior. So then Amber goes outside to talk to Christy, his sister, and I could see Amber crying and her face is in her hands. Christy's speaking with her arms crossed and is like stone-faced. So I walk over to see what's happening, and Christy asked me to give them some kind of privacy. And I'm like, well, Amber agreed, so I left them alone. I then went home, but Amber stayed, and so I didn't really get a chance to talk to Amber in detail. And at the time about a discussion with Christy or what happened with Johnny before I had arrived at the house that day. But I remember being worried if this was like what now we're to expect of Johnny going forward. And now, of course, he's not sober.
Sarah's
Did this all happen before I knew there was
This real quick, Sunflower Dragon, right? Yeah, she's going to now be a domestic abuse martyr, and that will be sickening. It doesn't take much for her to win, Sunflower. She has one juror to disagree, and she can come out of there and, as delusional as she is, can claim victory, and then that will piss people off even more. She's strutting around like she won something, and then she will be the domestic abuse martyr if they just declare that. And we all know what the public opinion is. Public opinion won't be good enough. That's the other thing. They've already had their minds made up, like I always admit on here. I know what I believe. I don't need I don't need this ignorant jury who's just learning all this now to tell me what to think. I know where the facts are. I know it way better than they do. I've already made I'm here for the entertainment. I've already cast my decision. I know what I believe. I don't need them telling me, but it's not going to be good enough for these fangirls. I'm telling you, if Sunflower is right, if she's lionized as some martyr for abuse, it's gonna get ugly.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, oh my god, I totally wiped out my thought. Okay, let's get back to the shits.
Physical violence. I didn't see her for a few days, so after this, she stayed over at
welcome.
I think it was the Beverly Hotel, and I didn't come home. I asked her about what I'd seen of her face and that day at some point soon afterwards, but she dodged the question, and now she's just like saying she's really upset, and I just didn't want to push it at that point. It was only sometime after this, but before we traveled to London, I think September of 2013, I confronted her about the mark on her face. It was only after that she started admitting to me that he had hit her, and then I would confront her about a mark or some kind of bruise that I saw. I was not on the plane on May of 2014, so I did not see Johnny kick her, but I heard about it a couple days later from Amber and Savannah McMillan, Amber's friend, who had been on the plane with her, and I discussed it with Io Tillett-Wright, who was with Amber when she got back from LA. At the time, Amber told me that Johnny was really upset about her taking this job in New York on the Adderall Diaries. Amber told me that they were due to fly back together from Boston to LA and have this really long weekend together, but there was like some kind of fight about her. So she's now not speaking to her, and she contacted his assistants to see whether she could still go to the film. So they now say it's fine, so she went along with it. She told me now she had no idea what she's going to be walking into. Savannah is on the flight and told me that it was clear Johnny had been drinking and was almost immediately having a go at Amber about James Franco, her co-star in the Adderall Diaries, taunting her about him. Savannah said she sat in the front of the plane, and she said that she could hear kind of what was going on but didn't know what to do about it. Amber told me at that point, at some point, she tried to walk past him, and then Johnny kicked her to the ground. Amber was really embarrassed and just got really upset that Johnny would even consider doing that and in front of other people. Amber also told me that when they landed in LA, they were delayed at some airport because Johnny couldn't somehow get off the plane because he's so fucked up. She told me she didn't even go home. Instead, she went to the Chateau Marmont Hotel because she was like too
Of course
scared to
she
go
did.
home. I remember at that point, the discussion I had with Amber was about how to handle what had happened. And it was like still more about how he needed to get clean rather than just about the violence itself, which Amber saw as some kind of consequence of his drug and alcohol abuse. It was after this that he agreed to see Dr. Kipper and that sobriety nurse. I remember in the Bahamas in August of 2014 when they went to the island for him to detox. They were like often really hard to reach, and because they're on this island. But Amber told me, like when she got back, Amber told me that it was like the worst experience of her life. She described to me that how Johnny had gone cold turkey and that he suffered these violent tremors and fits. She said he was hallucinating, wetting himself, and he had these wild mood swings and these behavioral changes. So she said that in that one moment he was crying and that somehow he really loved her and that she was like the best thing to have ever happened to him. And the next moment he's like really violent, shoving her to the ground and throwing things at her. In this conversation at the time, even though she admitted to me that Johnny had been violent with her, she explained it away like it's the product of drugs and detox. And she said that she had to deal with it because she was just standing by her man and trying to help him get better. There's always an excuse. I think in March of 2015, that's Australia. I was not in Australia, but Amber told me about this and she got back to LA, at least in headline terms. I saw her when she got back to LA. She sobbed, telling me about the fight and what happened. She was really not hiding the abuse from me at this point. I also saw her injuries. So there was like no hiding it. Her lip was swollen and busted up. And she also had these horrible cuts on her arms, like gashes. And I asked her, is he coming at you with knives now? She told me that the cuts on her arms were from these broken glass that's all over the place from him throwing bottles and smashing glasses. She said that she cut her arms on it, but she still has the scars on her arms today and has to cover them up whenever she has to work. She told me she had been on some kind of bender, drinking and doing drugs. This time it's like ecstasy and that he'd hit her and repeatedly. She explained that it was like the most violence she'd ever suffered from him at that point. He had cut his finger somehow and was writing on the wall in his own blood. And Amber showed me these pictures she took of it. I remember thinking it was like really messed up. It's like, this is something out of The Shining or something. I remember her being rude to him about any of this in detail, but I do not remember there being any kind of suggestion from anyone at the time. And somehow Amber had been responsible for what happened to his finger. In LA in like March 2015, we're all living together in the Eastern Columbia building. I lived in penthouse 4, which was next to penthouse 3, where Amber and Johnny lived. Amber's
Sorry, they're on the UK transcripts. They redact the Eastern Columbia building over it. It's the weirdest because we know it now so backward. It's so out there, but they redact all this simple shit in it. So I'm reading it. And I'm like, what do they do? I'm trying to so I have to fill in as I'm reading it what the redaction is, just kind of off. It's so stupid. It's all blacked out.
She ever wonder why her sister only took a picture of a mirror during these 3 days of terror?
It's crazy. I mean, so much of this is not said at all during the current. They cherry pick so much of her involvement, and it's just so much of it is like Amber told me, Amber told me, Amber told me, Amber told me. John O'Reilly says in the old news, pretty sure the verdict's going to be probably Tuesday, John. I mean, I don't know unless could any chance of hung jury, and there's only 7 of them, so there's less of a chance of a hung jury if the usual 12. So I don't know state by state, but obviously it's 7 in Virginia.
I would think by now because they've deliberated for 2 hours so far. I would think by now, in my hopes and fantasies, they would have a decision. And Tuesday they went home, so Tuesday they can just work on the damages.
Some of the people that are like really unbiased, they say that they're not sure about some of them. Some of them you just simply can't read them, and there's just no telling how they're going to go. Some of them look like they're kind of swayed, but I don't know. I'm not going to get. There's no way I'm celebrating shit. I'm just waiting for it. I just can't. Yep. Prepare for the worst.
I will be extremely pissed, and I will never speak of her again or give her the attention she craves. And we'll move on with this Johnny Depp podcast. But I will be extremely upset. And if we have a verdict stream and it doesn't go well,
yeah. Tone Cott says Amber will play the victim and claim she was tried in the unfair facts trial. That's such a simple pun that should have been made, but he's the first one I've seen do it. Everyone's salivating over your loaded potato salad. It's
I'll see if
be
I
good.
can scrape some up to put in a bowl so I can take a picture of it because there's not much left.
I bought it from Costco. You made it, which I find to be. I don't think potato salad is that easy to make, in my opinion. I can cook anything, and I pride myself on diving into a lot of eccentric dishes, and I make my own shrimp lo mein now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's tough. You're peeling potatoes, chopping them. That's not that easy.
No,
right?
the hardest part is the cooking of the potatoes to get that just right. Because if you cook them too long, they're going to mash, which I don't mind, but I don't want the person that's eating it to be grossed out by overcooked potatoes.
Mashing it wouldn't be bad. What about
I agree.
Loaded potatoes instead of? That's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
that has to work.
They make mashed potatoes. They make loaded mashed potatoes.
Pellel writes, Tara sounds like my ex-wife. Excellent cook who can make anything.
I am an ex-wife.
So. You want to hurrah those ex-wives?
No, thank God. No, but maybe I would have got some money had I been. Okay,
you would have got some half Puerto Rican, half Jew money.
Oh God. Okay. Fox News money.
Best friend Rocky and her boyfriend Josh were next door in Penthouse 1. My apartment was connected by a door to Penthouse 3, and that was easily accessible to Johnny and Amber. She or Johnny would come into my apartment and ask me to intervene whenever they were having a fight, hence my name, the marriage counselor. This particular night, Amber came in and she was crying and screaming like, "Can you fucking believe this? Your brother is fucking cheating on me." Johnny and I call each other a brother and sister. This argument was sparked as Amber said she had now discovered Johnny had been cheating on her with a woman called Rochelle Hathaway. Apparently, this had been going on for quite some time, and even after he and Amber were married, it was still going on. I didn't know how she knew this, but I went to find out that Johnny, and I talked to him to figure out what really was going on. I was sober because Amber just woke me up and got me out of bed. So now I went over to Penthouse 5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, everyone. So as I like to say, circle back, no one talks about it. Trial glosses over it. They oddly will not own this. Depp cheated on Amber Heard and Vanessa with a woman named Rochelle Hathaway, who's tanned and traveled on Instagram. Go look her up. She is a private jet flight attendant, yoga instructor, Instagram model, all these LA hot chick. She's either her age changes. She's either 33 or 28. By my math, Depp met her when he was 50 and she was 19. So she's been kind of his side, as Gina Bobina would say, side piece for many, many years. And so they discover this, and they're rifling through his phone, the Luddite, whenever they can, whenever he's passed out or away or whatever. I mean, Gina Bobina writes, why does Keith Richards look like his picture's taken in 1993 and theirs is taken in 2015? Isn't that true? He's too lucid in that. That's a great observation.
I know.
In the middle.
I'm waiting for the story about how they did lines with him. Like they threw Joe Perry under the bus.
But when you listen to the trial and Rochelle Hathaway comes up, they don't sit on it. They either Camille objects, they don't say her full name, and they just kind of move on. Everybody everybody associated with this trial is getting pummeled if it doesn't go Depp's way. If it's not like a favorable like the TMZ guy, everyone loves him because he's pro. Anybody pro Depp is getting showered with praise. Anyone kind of anti is getting just eviscerated from the Depp heads. You'd think Rochelle Hathaway would be getting pummeled, but somehow she skates by because the name's never fully enunciated or articulated during the trial. And so she just, if you go on her Instagram, like there's no hysteria, there's no attention, there's nothing. It's just she's in Brazil, or she's in Montauk Point on a surfboard taking bikini pictures on the beach with this butterface kind of Tracy Pollock means Amber Heard hybrid thing she's got going on. There's David. Mae West is too contemporary for me. Clara Bow is more his, but David's back. Welcome, sir. I wouldn't mind. Anne Hathaway. Keith quotes him. Anne Hathaway was in Alice 2 with Depp, I might add. So I think we're nearing the end of this.
And what happened next was extremely shocking for me. So it's difficult for me to remember exact sequence of events. However, to the best of my recollection, Johnny had an almost empty bottle of whiskey in one hand, drinking in the kitchen downstairs. He's drinking whiskey even though his sobriety nurse, Debbie Lloyd, is now there with him. I walked down the stairs towards him. He was not making much sense and was shouting like denials and making it about Amber, saying she was fucking so-and-so, and so she made me do it. She made me cheat on her, and stuff like that.
Okay.
Amber came in and was on the mezzanine level and was screaming at him, fuck you. Now Johnny's on the ground floor screaming verbal abuse, saying, she, whore, look, fucking ugly cunt. Watch that wide load, yo. And no one would ever find you attractive if they knew how many fucking men you went through. So I go back up to the mezzanine and I try to calm her down and I try to de-escalate the situation. Johnny was still on the ground floor with both of his security guards. He threw a Red Bull at us now, and it hit his sobriety nurse, Debbie, instead. It was really just alarming to me that his security team just didn't intervene or even remotely try to, or even earlier. And he's now shouting, fuck you bitches, you cunts. And then starts coming up the stairs towards us, yelling at us. He came up the stairs from the kitchen to the mezzanine level, and I'm on top of the stairs at the mezzanine level, and I stood there with my back to the stairs, facing Amber, but between them. I remember being worried that I was near the edge of the top of the stairs. So when he got to the top of the stairs, he's pulling me backwards so he could get to Amber. And I remember being so scared because I was worried that I'd now fall backwards and fall down the stairs. Johnny reached out to shove me out of the way and just lunge at Amber, reaching out to hit Amber, but instead he struck me. He hits me in the arm. Amber suddenly lurched forward and hit him and said, don't hit my baby sister. I didn't see exactly how Amber hit him, but it didn't seem especially hard, and it was just enough for him to lose momentum. So she's just trying to protect me, and I think it probably stopped me from being pushed down the stairs at that point. There's a struggle with me sort of stuck in the middle of it, and he really went for Amber now. Somehow I was pushed out of really hard in the head with his other hand multiple times. I was trying to push my way in between them to stop Johnny from hitting Amber. So when Travis, Johnny's security guard, steps in to pull them apart, the security guards had now been at the bottom of the staircase. So only then do they intervene. We were separated, and I immediately took Amber back to my apartment in Penthouse 4 to make sure she's okay.
No.
From my apartment, I could hear like someone breaking in
her apartment.
I know that you couldn't wait to slip that in. Where Crazy Robin goes, Sarah, there's your mezzanine.
I know. I'm trying to erase it from my mind.
The testimony is emotionally exhausting. I know. I feel like it's Amber. That's Crazy Robin. I feel like it's Amber talking. It is. She's been coached fastidiously.
Mm-hmm.
How far is a wet nose from a sobriety nurse? I don't. It's a good question. Sunflower.
And Johnny. screaming, "Fucking cunt, you fucking whore, I hate you." At some point, the noise stopped, but I didn't go and see what happened. Instead, I took Amber back to penthouse 3 so she wouldn't have to listen to what was happening, and I stayed there with her and made sure she just got to sleep. The next morning, I go into PH5 and saw that the place had been ransacked. Shelves had been ripped off the wall, and racks of Amber's clothes had been just pulled over. Things were taken out of boxes and thrown around all over the place. I took photos of the damage, and I had a text message exchange with Kevin Murphy, who then the estate manager, and I exhibit WH1 pages 2 through 6. It was Kevin's job to repair that sort of thing. So by the afternoon, it was cleaned up as if like nothing had happened. In Thailand and Malaysia, August of 2015, Johnny and Amber took their honeymoon trip to the Eastern Oriental Train in Asia. When Amber got back, she told me that there had been a couple fights on that trip. She said there had been a fight on the train where he had pushed her and smacked her, and then another separate fight in a hotel. I don't recall anything more specific, but she definitely told me on the return that they had fought and he hit her again. In LA in December of 2015, it's like towards the end of 2015, things had gotten way worse in their relationship. As I explained, there was like a long period in 2015 where I was estranged from Amber and Johnny because Johnny had falsely accused me of leaking and selling stories to the media. Amber and I weren't really on speaking terms in December either when this incident took place. However, I do remember going to the Eastern Columbia building around that time to collect some of my things. I had moved out and now was like staying with my boss, but I had left a bunch of things
Jennifer
there,
Howell.
and I remember seeing that there was a bed disheveled, and it had a very heavy wood frame, and I noticed that it had been splintered, and there was like a chip in the wood, and there was like a blonde hair and blood stuck in the splinter in the same bed frame. I had not heard about this fight on December 15th in 2015. But at that point, Amber and I were not really speaking at the time, so how could I really have? I was immediately alarmed then. I remember imagining what kind of force it could possibly take to do that because it was such a heavy, solid frame.
Remember those pictures I showed of her on the island?
Yep.
This is the the incident where apparently she had the broken nose and the 2 black eyes.
Yep.
And then we see her in the Bahamas.
That's what John O'Reilly writes. The judge instructed the jury not to conduct a straw poll until everybody got to express thoughts about the case. I think this jury is going to listen to the judge. So they were very specific. Marta says, yeah, so now I knew that was going to happen. I didn't check back, and I follow her too. Whitney Hurd's account is now private on Instagram.
Why does she have an Insta account?
I don't know. But she was under the radar for a while, and I remember looking at it, kind of knowing where it was all going, and thinking to myself, "How? There's no way this isn't going to be private. She's either going to deactivate it entirely, or it's going to be private." And sure enough, I think everybody attached to this is going to go that direction on her side.
By the way, when she says baby sister, she's a year younger than her.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's so my fetus sister.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a great 1 year younger.
Oh, sorry. I hit play too soon.
That's okay.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly what day it was, but it was around the 15th of December, 2015. I didn't think to take a picture of it. In fact, I didn't think we would ever even have to document all this. At this time, I wasn't even speaking with Amber, so I didn't immediately raise anything to this particular incident. And I remember being very worried and resolved to figure a way to reconcile with her. I reached out to Amber soon after this anyway, and so we reconciled a few weeks later. Sometime in early of January 16th, I think, before the Art of Elysium charity event I was working on, I remember going over to see her at the Eastern Columbia, and I hadn't seen her for months, and I just remember being shocked by how different she looked. She had lost so much weight, and I assured her that I never sold stories to the media. Never. Johnny came in, and we're in penthouse kitchen, I think, and he was really off his face. I mean, he gave me this huge hug saying, like, sis, we missed you. It just made my stomach turn at that point.
Oh, sure.
But it meant that I could just be near Amber and now part of her life again, so I could deal with that. But even after that, I was not comfortable being around Johnny anymore. I wasn't around that much, and I just didn't really have the opportunity to talk to her about what I had seen in the apartment that day in December and what had happened then. It was only much later that I heard the detail about what had happened in the incident. So most likely during the divorce, Amber told me that he had grabbed her by the hair, pulled her hair out, punched her, headbutted her, and then almost suffocated her on that bed. She said she had to go to on a TV show the following day and have hair and makeup cover all the injuries.
She doesn't know what the show is.
So Amber's 30th birthday, April 21st, 2016. We had a dinner for.
So John O'Reilly says something kind of oddly. It's prophetic, but it kind of captures where the jury should be at, or kind of people watching this. He goes, I've just never had anything close to anything that's happened in my life at all on any level. And it's like, who relate it? Like, the jury's just listening to this. Like, who relates to any of this? It's so crazy. Just everything, even the living arrangements, nobody drives, and everything is just, it's fucking 3:00 in the afternoon on a Monday in March, and there's people just having a huge party in the middle of it. Like, you just don't relate to anything they do or say or where they go. And the jury's going to look at that and say, I wonder if it affects because there is no, you can't place yourself into any of their shoes. Yes, we've all related to someone making up stories about you, right? I mean, that sort of, and the partial, but 90% of this, nobody relates to. It's a crazy, and
Thank
again,
God.
The fourth wall of Hollywood that and even, I don't even think Hollywood relates. It's so fantastical to most of Hollywood to relate to this on any level. And that's, the jury's got to be saying, what the fuck is this? Words you've never heard, money thrown around, like, it's just like a teacher's salary for her and her grifter friends, the Coachella con artist to stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel just to get him out of her hair. That's a teacher's salary. These idiots just get to just have a pool party for 4 days straight, a sleepover. And like, a tenured administrator's salary. You know what I mean? Like, all this shit is just something you can't hold on to if you're a civilian.
Yeah, we should all be happy that we know nothing of this.
Yes, I guess.
As much as I want to live in Penthouse 5 the rest of my days, I don't want to have Amber Heard as a neighbor or a acquaintance.
See, they go, Tonecock goes, you mean you never told me, you never gave Marilyn Manson a pill for him to stop talking? What rock do you live on? Anyone got an island? Says Affy Pelagos, because she's grabbing people's horror stories. And that's other too. I'm like, then you have in addition that the lie. So she's stealing stories from other celebrities or movies she's seen, and also implementing that into fantastical Hollywood life that you don't relate to. So it's you're doubling the non-relatability of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Amber.
I hate that dude calling her sis, makes me sick too. Something a millennial would do. Texting her.
For her birthday. It was in Penthouse 5 on the outdoor patio. Johnny turns up really late. I mean, hours late. We had a birthday toast for Amber. We went around the table and each offered like a little toast, telling her favorite things or stories about her. We each said thoughtful, loving things. And then it comes to Johnny's turn, and he talked about the first time he had met Amber in his office and the shape her ass made on his couch.
That's a compliment.
Something like,
she took it as one. I know she did.
Oh, that ass. She made an impression of that ass on my couch. And, I wouldn't let anyone sit there after that. It was really gross and just really embarrassing.
It's almost
and
sweet.
He was just clearly very drunk, and Amber is clearly very upset. I left soon afterwards because I was pregnant at the time and I was feeling really sick and I wanted an early night. So I didn't see what happened at the end of that party or afterwards. I thought it was safe to leave because she was surrounded by a lot of really good friends. It may have been the last time I ever saw Johnny in person at that point.
Dana Sauer.
I heard about what happened the next day because then we all went to Coachella Music Festival in Palm Springs for a trip for Amber's birthday. I was in Amber's car with Amber, Rocky, and Rami, and we're all like talking about it. Amber explained that his behavior just got worse after I left, and that she had just later confronted him about being late, and he threw and broke champagne bottles and hit her, but then just like took off like he always did after hurting her. Back to Sweetser. Johnny was supposed to meet us at
They
Coachella
redacted
for her
that, Sarah.
birthday, and
Okay.
he had told
I
me
had to
that he's
figure out what-
coming, but he just never showed.
What? Sorry.
I'm sorry that you heard me pause it. The redacted Sweetser, so I'm reading it. And I'm going, and I'm in the moment. I didn't want to do it all over again, so I'm going. Where it's sweet. So they blacked it out in the UK at the time. They weren't releasing where everybody lived.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. It's strange to read that now, knowing what we know. Then 4810 writes, this is so true too. A few people have said this. Johnny clearly has a type. Rochelle Hathaway looks like a much younger, far prettier, and less bitter Amber Heard. She easily could, Ben. Absolutely. Easily could be related to them. He totally has a type. Put Vanessa side by side with Kate Moss, and her, it's crazy. It's unmistakable. Relentless.
Yeah. It is very weird.
Yep.
And almost disturbing how, yeah, I'll go with yours. You say it much better.
Showed up in LA on May 21st, 2016. Rocky called me on the night of the 21st and told me that there's really a bad incident and that the police had been called. I remember being by the phone waiting to find out what happened. I offered to go over, but Rocky and Amber just told me not to come over because it was just so much going on. I didn't hear any more about the incident until the next day when I had various conversations in person with Amber, Rocky, and Josh Drew, and then later conversations with Io, who was like in New York. I was not living in Eastern Columbia. I was living in Beechwood. And when I saw Amber on the 22nd of May, her eye was bruised and swollen. Her lip was busted open, and there was like a chunk of her hair missing. Amber told me that Johnny had come over the night before to, quote, collect his stuff and to talk. They hadn't seen each other since her birthday party the month before. She said they were talking.
I have to pause. Sorry. Thank you, John O'Reilly, for the $9.99. But that's to you.
We want to compliment you too, because we were talking about you before. We watch a lot of these to try to get. I don't even know. Sometimes I don't even learn a thing, and sometimes I do. And a lot of the legal people that have tried this YouTube, what do they call it? LawTube. That have latched onto this trial, and they kind of move on to. You are a one-man LawTube, and you do it in such a magnificent, non-patronizing way where the simplest of legal questions, you answer it effortlessly. You've been right virtually about every prediction you've had. And we are lucky to have you and Sunflower Dragon and Rooster Sideburbs and your legalese, and Rodney, I believe, is from Legal Back, and everybody, because it truly, you augment this thing exponentially. And I can't thank you enough for it. And your humility while doing it, which is crazy, because they always say lawyers are, narcissistic and pompous, and you prove otherwise. You are the Ben Chew of the Deppening, John O'Reilly.
Do I have to pay him though? Because I can't afford
it. He gets Buckwald's 10%.
I'll pledge you your salary.
We'll have it 4 nights at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Hey, say it again. Sorry.
4 nights at the Beverly Hills Hotel with the Coachella Con artists.
Oh God. Hopefully they don't notice you, because I can't pay for 4 nights at the Beverly.
You looked it up, right, Sarah? So we did. That's how I came up with like a tenured administrator or teacher salary in like the highest and fair, because Sarah looked up what it cost in those suites, and we put it together, and it was like a nice
tens of
salary.
thousands.
Yep.
And it was a bungalow.
The birthday party now. Amber said she had got Io on the phone to talk to Johnny, and so Io could hear what was happening. Amber told me that Johnny had now grabbed her by the hair and was hitting her, and that he hit her in the face with a phone. I later spoke with Io about it, and he told me that he heard crashing going on. Johnny's just being really aggressive, and Amber's now crying and screaming, pleading with him to stop. So he said he hung up and then just called the police. He told me how scared he'd been hearing what was going on, and that really all he could do was just hang up and call the police. Rocky then told me she went over there, caught the tail end of the fight, and then tried to stop Johnny, standing between him and Amber, and that he had shoved Rocky too. So I don't know how or if Johnny was alerted to the police being called, but Rocky and Amber told me his security got him out of there and before the police arrived. Rocky said Amber had been very distraught and was like scared about speaking to the police. So Amber told me that she really just said nothing to the police. So after all of this, she's still trying to protect him. So in conclusion, I was just relieved.
Right at the end, you want to pause.
Oh, you know, you're right. Let it finish. You're right. Sorry about
Okay.
that. I didn't realize that was the very end.
When my sister finally left Johnny, just looking back on it, I just feel bad that I just didn't do more to intervene. We loved Johnny so dearly, and in some ways we really still do. Even
Why
after
would
all
you?
the ugliness, we're all still trying to protect him and hope he would just get better. At the same time, Amber and Johnny are just both very powerful forces. You really just couldn't make either one of them do what they didn't want to do.
That
So
I
it
agree
was
with.
just so hard to confront the situation because Johnny just cut out those who'd confront him or question him. I just sometimes wish I called the police in that time because I knew it would just mean a huge amount of publicity, and I knew right up until the very end that Amber just didn't want me to do that. She's still trying to protect him. It was just has been incredibly upsetting for Amber and for us and for her family to see Johnny and others just questioning, even doubting her account of the abuse or even calling her a liar. You know, I'm aware that Johnny is now claiming that he's the victim and she's the abuser. This is just not true. Trust me. I'm making this statement in the hope this record will be set straight. Whitney Heard Henriquez, December 12th, 2019.
F you, Whitney. Okay, what were you saying?
No, I was going to say because Arnold Strong New Maroon writes, if Amber wins, a lot of men are going to become anti-liberal, anti-feminist. See, they're trying to politicize this. They don't know what Depp's a huge liberal. So they don't know, they can't take his side, and she's left. All of Hollywood is virtually left. It's apolitical. It's just about lying. It's not political. Like they want it so bad to be political. The right want to take this kind of like, oh fuck you, we'll say whatever, Me Too bullshit and all, and the left wants to, the feminazi angle and stuff, but it's not. It's just about lying. It's just about abuse, and I see nothing political about this. I really don't, and I don't know if I'm delusional or something like that. Do you see this as political, Sarah? As much as it's just about two people that never should have met and some awful, toxic fourth wall of Hollywood, where it's just about lying, and
it's being turned political as everything eventually gets or does. And people like Steven Crowder can get that name right? Steven Crowder,
yeah,
right?
yeah. He's now, this is what I can't stand. So now all these kind of YouTube con artist grifters are trying to latch on to this. They know nothing about him. They know nothing about this case, and now they're going to move on to that. I cannot stand we even have to compete with that.
It plays right into what he wants to peddle to his audience. The anti-feminism, the women are abusers too, which I agree with, but yeah, he's just using it for his own benefit. And like you said, he will move on next week.
That's not the guy to do it. That's not the guy to do it. He's as liberal, as left-wing as anybody in Hollywood. He's shaped by Hunter S. Thompson's politics. He doesn't get any more left-wing than. In fact, remember the shit one we're going to do a Depp political show. That's another episode down the road. In 2003, when everyone was armchair warriors and wants to invade Iraq, he was one of 4 people that spoke out against it. He had the thing where America's like a dumb puppy that bites you and doesn't know why. It was like him and Janine Garofalo and fucking the Dixie Chicks, and they all ended up being right. We invaded the wrong country. Nobody apologized to him. He called, speaking of O'Reilly, he called Fox and got O'Reilly off the air, and they had it out and stuff. And so to think that he's going to champion the rights feminazi war against this, it's not going to happen. It's not that he's not the guy. He's not the guy. It's not political. Stop.
Yep. I don't even remember what order these are in. So we just have a couple.
I would end with Sarah. Maybe we should just, because it's, what are we at, 3:25
Let's just
right
finish
now?
this. We're almost done with
Let's
this.
do the Stephen Crowley audio to match
It's
up
not
with.
in order. So, and I
Okay.
didn't write down the order I put them in. So let's just get through it.
Okay.
By both. Not going to be an easy job for this Court TV legal correspondent, Chanley Painter, who was with me outside the courthouse here in
I gotta say, I can't stand her. Here we go.
Well, I mean, she's just
I
reporting
forgot
on the
this
jury.
was in here.
I just put this so that they're reporting on the jury, and there's a montage of how this outside the courthouse in Fairfax, of how it started, some of the craziness. There's a fight online, and they show them these sprinting to get online at 1:00 in the morning, which is phenomenally funny.
Okay. God be with me while Chanley Painter talks here. All right.
Fairfax County, Virginia. What a day.
What a day.
What a week. What a trial.
Yes.
Let's start with the jury today, listening to these incredible arguments.
Well, this jury, now that we've lost two, I think we have a graphic to update our viewers on who the 7 deliberating jurors are. And we lost a couple of jurors, Vinny, that were reacting to some of this testimony that would maybe show a smile or a laugh at times. But here's what they look like. I know you got to see them at the end of the day.
Yeah, they were ready to leave. They were ready to leave at the end of the day. They skedaddled pretty quick once the judge dismissed them. But yeah, again, it strikes me how young. You've got 4 very young jurors, you know, in juror age, because we're used to seeing jurors that are a little bit older. It's just the way it is. Juries are skew older, but not this one.
Especially for 6 weeks of their life to commit.
So take it in, folks. That's the jury. Take it in, folks. That's the jury. So we got Asian man, juror 1, Asian man, 20 to 30. Somehow they know that the second juror is Asian man, just 20. So somehow they can't delineate the 5 years between the Asian jurors with masks on. Asian 3 is the same thing. 20. It's an alternate. That's juror 3. The 4th one was dismissed. I remember that when that happened. It was a Hispanic guy, right? Was he just had some weird conflict?
No, I don't think he was Hispanic. I think he might have been also Asian, because there's quite a few Asians. The number, let me see, the one in the bottom row, that was like oh wait, I don't think this is right.
Juror 4 is Crazy Robin.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, juror 8, that threw me off, but I see alternate. She is, as it says here, she is like a Irish Catholic woman in her 50s.
Okay.
She was basically ready to jump in Johnny Depp's arms because she loved him so much. And it was very obvious who she was going to, put her vote in for.
Right.
So that one is probably the biggest loss.
Okay.
Juror 3, nobody could really tell. But he did give a few positive looks over to Depp a couple times. So it's not great, these 2 being dismissed. I would prefer 4 and 5 be dismissed, because Amber kind of felt like she had a connection with those 2 women, and she would look to them. Now, juror 9 can't stand her. He throws her daggers, side eyes. He's so obvious. He rolls his eyes when she's talking, or when her lawyers are presenting the case. So at least we have juror 9. That's who my hope lies with. He will be my soldier. Let's get through Chanley. Do you have anything else before the push play, though?
No. That's a good summation of the jury. John O'Reilly says it's about 5-dimension manipulation. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. The way it's just the tone of her voice and her bug eyes. She drives me crazy. And she's like the queen of court TV. Oh, please.
Yep. Hello, writes, like Arm says, if anything, this breaks kayfabe, which is a wrestling term about Hollywood life and how the elite live much differently. I know. It's just one of the many, many lessons. One of our next episodes, I guess we'll make a list of all the things we learn about the UK, the corrupt system in the UK. You can't trust that judge, and TMZ and People magazine losing all credibility. And there's a zillion lessons we learn from this. God, I'm sorry.
No, I'm reading Affy. Older Asian men believe in beatings. Cross your fingers.
The voyeur side, right? We're all voyeurs. Yeah, Chanley Painter is Miss Arkansas 2009.
Mm-hmm.
But so the jurors, they were attentive, of course. And as you mentioned, Camille Vasquez. All eyes on Camille Vasquez as she approached the podium this morning for closings. And she had some smiles from the jurors greeting them before she started. They were glued in to her close as she started off with this theme of 6 years ago today, Vinny.
That's amazing, right?
That was
was 6 years ago today.
Consistent theme, and that seemed to resonate, of course, with the jurors. And now, occasional notes, but most of them were not taking any notes at all during any of the closing arguments, which I thought was interesting, except the one that's now an alternate. And then when she would use the visual aids, the photos that they crossed Amber Heard with, where no injuries are apparently shown near or around these alleged incidents of abuse, there were jurors who actually would lean in. Juror number 3 leaned into this photo. He really studied it. And I don't see any usual reaction from that particular juror. So that was an interesting moment. And, of course, Rottenborn. Very effective as well. He really did have those jurors glued in. When he started, he lowered his voice a little bit at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
And kind of framed the narrative as Johnny Depp, this abuser. Let's note this moment because juror number 9 actually looked towards Johnny Depp when Rottenborn, said this.
If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time,
this is a key thing
then
right
she
here.
wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about.
And again, even with Rottenborn, Vinny, not.
So this is a key thing. This is what you got to be vigilant about. You got to be ready for. This could be what he said, and as much as you despise Rottenborn, he's doing his job. This is no one's gonna like the lawyer she has. It doesn't matter who it is. Could be fucking Key Rock, the unfrozen caveman lawyer. It could be Matt Murdock. You're gonna hate whoever represents her. And what he's saying is, if the jury just decides there's one subtle case of abuse and she's allowed to, and he keeps jamming that home. He did it in the beginning of his opening statement. He's doing it now. If there's one subtle case of abuse, you must, go ahead, Sarah.
Her exaggerations and they're lies, they're not exaggerations, are so over the top.
Right. It might trip up the whole thing.
Exactly. So had she stuck to Rottenborn's plan of making this more of a technical issue with the law, she wins. But she had to go into this great weaving a tall tale about everything, how she was assaulted with possibly a broken bottle, and she's dancing the next day, ballet, running around in heels with sliced up feet. She's so brave. I think she's gone so over the top. I think that's going to screw her.
There's so many cases of lies and catching her and busting her over and over again. And you hope at some point all 7 jurors finally got the message. Just the collective body of work here. Forget about, and they're gonna hopefully just forget about what this is about. And I think they do, and that's why he keeps reminding them over and over again. Tonecott 89 writes, if this was Scott Baio or Kevin Sorbo in Johnny's shoes, the media and Twitter would all be. You're probably right, and that's the power of his charisma. It's not even political. I know where you're going with that. Those two are right wing loons and have the one trick pony career. But in terms of just pure charisma. This is really Depp's greatest superpower and what he has on his side over everything. And I think if he wins, I think his charisma is really what you got to point to as the tipping point above all. And no one with any less charisma. He has the most charisma I've ever seen in my life in pop culture. And I think it takes that in order to initiate this kind of that you could even challenge this. His money, which is substantial here, and you can't do this. You can't challenge this. I think, Sarah, $7 million to fund this trial is the number.
Yeah, on each side.
Combine that with his charisma, and you have the power to challenge the Me Too movement, which was just a juggernaut.
Yep. All right, let me get through these 2 people, and I can get them out of my life as well.
A lot of notes being taken. They were attentive and not any signs of being tired. I mean, it was a marathon day of closings, but I also want to show you one more moment. This was during Camille's rebuttal close.
Camille.
It was particularly powerful. Let's watch.
Given how brutal and constant the abuse Miss Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it?
Do you trust it, Vinny? And then she paused. Nobody broke eye contact with her on the jury panel.
Wow. And the way both were framing it, so important, because Amber Heard's side is saying just one time, but it's not just physical abuse.
Right.
But I don't know how the jury's going to interpret that. I mean, if they go along with him with that argument, which they're entitled to, it's difficult because the relationship was so volatile back and forth, right? And Johnny Depp's team focusing on physical abuse and the sexual abuse, the physical stuff that is happening. And they're focusing in on Amber Heard. Can you really trust her? And if you can make this into a referendum on do you trust Amber Heard, that's the road to victory for them.
Absolutely.
It really is. Any other big takeaways from today?
Okay, first thing I noticed walking into the courtroom, the gallery's jam-packed, per usual, Vinny, but today they were actually silent. It was like they were scared to even move after the judge admonished them yesterday for the outburst. So the deputies had that gallery under control, but there was a row reserved for Johnny Depp, or there was one on Amber's side too, for anyone who wanted to show up who was a friend or a supporter of Johnny Depp personally, and his row was full of people who hadn't been there the entire trial. I thought that was a strong statement for that side of the room to show that he had some friends and family there supporting him for closings. Also, of course, I have my eyes on Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Johnny Depp does not like Ben Rottenborn at all. It is so clear when Ben Rottenborn was making the final arguments, Johnny Depp could not, I mean, he had to be calmed down several times. This is a moment where Rottenborn is calling him, you guys know him as America's favorite pirate, but this is the real Johnny Depp, the vile, the violent. Look at him, looking up at Rottenborn, raises his eyebrow. That was consistent throughout Rottenborn's closing. Of course.
And I think that's significant because that's what this trial is about for Johnny Depp. It's about his name, his reputation, how he is seen by his fans and the public. And that is a direct attack, just like Amber Heard, a direct attack. That's a direct attack in Johnny Depp's eyes.
Absolutely, and he doesn't even want any money. He's like, this isn't about money, according to Ben Chu.
I disagree.
But also, Amber Heard wanted to react as well. There was a moment that I caught her really reacting when, on rebuttal, Camille Vasquez was comparing the really vicious and vile text messages, the language that Johnny Depp would use in text messages and call it, look at her. She referenced it, he was influenced by the literary greats of, Hunter S. Thompson and some of the names. That was Amber's reaction. And she was passing quite a few notes to Rottenborn. Look at her.
Yeah, she was very active today in the way she was reacting to everything as well. It was fascinating.
By the way, there's a video that was put on YouTube. Somebody zoomed in on her writing, and she hovers her pen over the paper, and she's not writing anything.
Yeah.
Psychotic.
She was passing Post-its, like Laura Lackner initially that I caught on Friday, psychotically, and I almost could read it, and I just couldn't. You're so close to being able to zoom in that you just miss it. I can't.
Yeah. Look at Bonnie's hair. That's all I got to say. And now Bonnie is out of my life with that comment. I'm so happy.
Fascinating to watch because sometimes during closing arguments, you don't get that. You do get that. And remember, they're in full view of the jury. But the jury, I think, really focused on the attorneys today. But if any of them from time to time are glancing over, they're going to see a lot and saw a lot today from Amber Heard and from Johnny Depp. What a day. All right. Chanley Painter is going to stick around. When we come back, folks.
We got another quick
Next
video.
I think it's what's going on outside.
This is John's podcast, The Depp.
Oh, what nice. What a weird segue. So this is from the other day. This is Radio Gunk. They Monique generously crowbarred my question about Stuttering John in the Viper Room. John's band, when he was in a band, played the Viper Room in the 90s. And so this is experience with it.
Yeah. No, if it was anybody but.
You didn't have to. You could have said no. I thought it was
No,
cute,
it's fine. It is very. It's just I saw his feet the other day, and I'll never recover.
You played the Viper Room in the 90s. What was the booking process like? Who did you go through? How much did you get paid? And what was the complete experience with Johnny Depp playing roadie loading equipment?
I see the odd thing is we were at, you're going to love this. We were at, first we did a show at the Roxy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the latest show was at the Vibe Room. I had a book, I had a manager then, so he would book all that stuff. But so the band gets into the van to drive over to the Viper Room, and it's me, it's Bruce Kulick from Kiss and his wife.
Yeah.
And then, a couple of the guys in the band. And guess who's driving the fucking van?
Johnny Depp.
Melrose Larry Green. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
How does that happen? How's that even possible?
I don't know. And Johnny Depp unloaded the equipment. I wasn't there. I was still at the other venue, but my band said he couldn't have been fucking a nicer guy. And I'll back that up because when he was on the Stern Show on the phone, I talked to him, super sweet. After he does the interview with Howard, calls me back and says, "Hey, I just want to say thanks so much. That was so much fun." I mean, I don't believe anything Amber Heard has to say about Johnny Depp.
No, I don't believe her at all. But I want you to know that Arm has been doing a podcast called The Deppening, and he does the entirety of the day of the jury. He does like 8.5, 9-hour shows every day.
Wow.
On YouTube. 9-hour shows.
Jeez.
He starts at 8:30 in the morning. He's not done until
Can I ask Arm a question?
He's not here, but go for it.
Why don't you respond to my DMs? Why not?
Hello. Do you even?
Because
You should even see my text messages. I never get to talk to him. Never, ever, ever.
May I say, I understand that. What these two people are saying.
I write back all the time. I think if you don't get back in 20 seconds, you're not responding. I write back all the time. There's times he doesn't respond. I had so much time. But if you don't get back, I'm not gonna say I'm not a flake. I'm flakier than.
Well, you also look at who is not Monique. I'm talking about from Stuttering John. You see that he probably just wants something, and you're more apt to ignore it. Not saying that's the case here, just in general.
I had an easy time getting in touch with Trump.
Okay, last question. And then question.
He means Ivanka. That doesn't mean that.
No.
Ivana.
So the mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flakier than my pubic dandruff, for Christ's sake, says Melvin.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't issue a warning on the screen. I apologize.
Scott Bellow sent me an email a month back. I'm still waiting to hear back. Yeah, I gotta get Nathan Holmes to write you back, Scott. I'm sorry. My sister Christy's gonna write you back in 20 minutes. I'll certainly get back to you.
I will say I suspect you have, when you go to Radio Gunk, you have at least 100 notifications.
No, it's not that. There's times where I get really I just check out and I kind of get off. I'll go offline and I'm a migraine sufferer, so I won't see if I don't write. I always mean to. I never want to make anybody feel bad, so I'll just check out. I'll go offline and just nursing a migraine for hours and just not look at a screen and stuff. And that's that. If I miss something, it's probably the reason why.
Yeah, and I'm just giving you bad time.
I'm not inundated with. I'm like Who am I? Red bar over here.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh, I got to watch that. Okay. All right. Here we go. I think you wanted to include Rottenborn and a clip from his closing, so I think that's next.
No, I think we just saw it.
Let me see what's next.
Depp passed out with his head.
The moaning.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay.
And by the way, they are misusing this evidence. This was, and I believe it, Depp says he was recorded on his island when he was going through withdrawals.
Yeah.
And she says this was on the airplane.
Screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard?
Okay.
At all, somewhere between Mark Harris and Boris.
Mhm.
And remember the mini on the Surreal Life? That was like everybody played that same clip.
You're cutting in and out.
That I said he sounds like a combination between Mark Harris, Boris, and the buttermilk bath. And
God.
and those remember for the Surreal Life? No, remember this? He was on. Oh God, there was everybody had that same clip of Vern Troyer on the Surreal Life, and he made those same and it's Mark Harris and Boris, and that's what Depp sounded like. He's somewhere in the middle of that.
Mm-hmm. So you hear that though, if you're not planning something, the last thing on your mind is to record it. Also the background noise, like the white noise you hear, apparently he had a pretty heavy duty air conditioning system in that hut they were staying in. So that could be it. I don't know. It sounds to me like the withdrawals. I believe him.
It's a sad audio. Sunflower Dragons. It's a sad audio. If you're going to use anything in your closer, it's that. There's just no way to. It's he's detoxing. It's a real. It's his kids are in the other room and they frame it that way. You're going to use anything. That's got to be in the top 2 or 3 things you can use. How do you defend it?
Yeah, I know. He was very smart to go into the details of the detox, though. So I'm hoping they believed him when he told them he thought it was from the detox.
52 there, right?
Yeah. In that picture of him laying on the ground, passed out, is your first thought to take a picture or to try to get him up off the floor and into the bed?
Well,
I don't know.
It's like that thing with Bobcat Goldthwait where he said during the Rodney King trial, next time you see me getting slapped by pummeled with 50 nightsticks, do me a favor, put the camera down and help me out.
Exactly.
That's the first, right.
All right, so I put this little video in. I welled up because this is so sweet, and I shared it on Gunk, but I thought I would put it in our episode. Oh, okay. You're going to make me cry twice in this episode.
I didn't do this.
I know, but I'm going to cry in this episode.
Isn't the clip that you wanted to?
Yes. Okay. Here we go.
I'll take ownership of Blow. This is you.
Okay. There's no sound in this, but no. I think she has a friend for life.
Now, why does this get you so much, Sarah?
Because it's so sweet.
Do you think it galvanizes her life?
She's just like she's the one in the room that's ignored.
Right. No one ever gave her props or praise for anything her whole life. She's finally getting.
He acknowledges her multiple times a day when he's leaving, when he's entering, and that was the last person he said goodbye to when he left the courtroom for the last time. And in our thumbnail on YouTube, that's the middle picture, but it's so sweet.
She's glowing too. I mean, she's
Oh my
completely,
God.
yeah.
Yeah. And now one thing I caught one day, I forget what day it was. The assistant maybe, or the researcher behind Amber. She's kind of the larger woman who sits back there.
Yep.
But Depp and Chu were waving at her, and she's waving back like she really knows what side she wants to be on or
Yeah.
to be sitting on, and she's stuck over there in that nightmare of negativity.
Depp is a hypersensitive guy, and I mean, I don't mean that in a condescending way whatsoever. He's very hyper aware of everybody around him, and his empathy is through the roof, and he just cannot stand to see anyone not having. He's Uncle Fun, for Christ's sake, as Paul Bettany says. And whether it's a stenographer or he just he's very pained to see anybody in pain, and his life has been about turbocharging the room.
Yeah.
Even
No, Judy, the stenographer, she doesn't work for the court. She works independently. I guess she's contracted. But apparently her next job, she's going to Guantanamo Bay to work for a bit. So maybe when she returns from Guantanamo Bay, there will be a spa gift certificate waiting for her and an invitation to Sweetser. I don't know. That's my guess.
How did you hear that? You're an insider. I know.
One of the streams I was watching was talking about it.
So somebody eavesdropped on her talking in a break of what she's doing next. And then going Guantanamo Bay.
Oh no, it was DUI guy that talked to her at some point.
Okay.
These are like my favorite moments.
Ben Chu is boy did he choose wisely on optics.
Oh my God.
They all his whole team is just all
so likable.
I feel like that Ben Chu recruits people.
I feel
based on trustability or something in their eye. It's too coincidental. It's not because they represent him. They just, I don't know. You are who you hang with, I guess. And boy, if I learn one thing about legalese and lawyers and court is if you're going to hire a lawyer, you better hire someone who is simply a kind face that you can trust, who and the optics of them delivering is everything. I never really analyzed it until this trial came along. It's not even about their ability. It's about, do you trust this person? It's everything.
So our last one is Stephen Crowley. God, I'm getting the names mixed up.
David's got a great comparison to Depp. Depp strikes me as sort of a Robin Williams style connection with his public, genuine, and feel. Robin Williams absolutely had that thing in his, and I think that's what killed him, is he just felt everybody, everything, all the time, and couldn't handle it. And he is constantly dripping with crazy empathy and kindness. Did I tell you the story one time? I was at Stony Brook Hospital visiting someone, and Robin Williams came marching out of
I think so, yeah.
And he was crying. And I was sat there, I'll stop anybody, and I'm kind of going, and I just
don't.
No, he was I think he was visiting a kid with cancer at Stony Brook Hospital in Long Island. And I think he flew out there to do it. He burst out of these double doors and he was bawling. And I'm going, it really made me, it tore me up. And I think he spent his whole life in that kind of state. Robin Williams is like a brilliant serious actor. In fact, his serious roles are better than his comedic roles. And you could see when he just plays people up in their head, it's more convincing than him just playing a comedic role.
Yeah. Yeah, and to know now what he was suffering from is so sad.
Yep.
But all right, this is the final one. You want to set this up? This is Crowley.
This is Stephen Crowley, who is an actor. I don't think he acts anymore, and he's in this awful movie, which is like a Karate Kid UFC knockoff. Fight Club meets Karate Kid kind of knockoff movie that Amber Heard. It's a high school movie that Amber Heard starred in. If you watch it, it's got all the beats of Karate Kid in, and he's like his John Cryer in the movie, I guess. And so this is his experience. We've already played him on this show. This is another story I found. Thank you to Cindy Lou who directed me to this. This is from 2 years ago. So he talks about meeting Whitney at a very kind of a dive bar celebrity haunt in LA. where I think it's called The Woods. I think it's called that. And she basically says that Amber had no interest in Depp, and the progression of that she became interested in him when she found out her career was going nowhere.
All right.
Like, I'm kind of going all over the place only because I don't want to get like sued, and I don't know if I can.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to give legal advice. All I can tell you is that, again, kind of a standard is affirmative defense being to slander being truth.
Right.
So as long as you're not making anything up or fabricating or embellishing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Later, I was at this place called The Woods. It's this bar in Los Angeles. I don't know if it's still open. And it's like everyone kind of went there. If you knew, you knew. It wasn't fancy. It was a dive. But a lot of people, you'd see famous people in there all the time.
Okay.
One night I'm out and I'm at the bar talking to the bartender, who's my friend, and I look over at this girl and I'm like, damn, she looks so familiar. So I like to start talking to her because I'll talk to anybody. It told me at the time that Amber was shooting The Rum Diary with Johnny Depp.
Right.
And that Johnny Depp was very interested in Amber. And she's like, yeah, she doesn't really want anything to do with him. You know, he keeps trying to take her out. He wants to date her, all this other stuff. But he was at the time he was with his longtime girlfriend. I forget her name. She's a French model. And Amber was with Tasha.
Okay.
And, you know, Amber does a TV show that doesn't do well. She does a movie that doesn't do well. Another one that doesn't do well. And then all of a sudden, she's with Johnny Depp for what? For what?
Tell me.
A career, perhaps? She hadn't worked in forever. And see, they did The Rum Diary, and then they got together years later after one TV show failed, another movie failed, another movie failed. And by all accounts, you look at her on paper, you're like, this should work. This is a movie star.
Right.
Just wasn't working. And then all of a sudden, she's with Johnny Depp. What happens when she gets with Johnny Depp? Gets a Marvel movie, she does this, she does that, and her career picks up.
Aquaman's DC, but
what?
Aquaman's DC universe.
Oh, whatever.
Stick for facts.
Tomato, potato. And I always thought that was super interesting. So when the whole thing went down, you know, now that Johnny Depp just got kicked off of Gringledorts or whatever it's called, and when the whole thing went down, I go, ooh, and I wanted to say something, but I didn't. I was, I don't know if I believe this. You know, it's a dangerous trap when you get into this believe all women type thing. This blanket statements of like, you have to believe everything. I'm like, but I know the other side. And I know how the progression of their relationship went. She didn't want anything to do with him. At the time she was working, Never Back Down, it hadn't come out yet. She had done The Rum Diary. She had the TV show in the pipeline. Like, it just wasn't, you know, and I know,
No, here's the thing.
Here's why. The reason why I've always felt this way about this situation is because I saw the blow up fights with her and her girlfriend. Like, blow ups. Like, you go to her apartment and like was broken. Stuff was everywhere. She's like, yeah, Tasha. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, so I saw the behavioral pattern of, you know, the partying too much, which then turned into these volatile relationships.
Right.
And I'm not saying Johnny Depp's perfect. Clearly not. But when you have two people who have their own issues, like I believe that they both do, it's not good. You know, his finger just didn't magically fall off. You know what I mean? I mean, she's even on tape saying like, yeah, I hit you. I didn't punch you. Which I always think is a fun, cute argument. It's like, okay, feel a little bit more comfortable. But people on TikTok were like asking, why do I feel this way? And the reason why I feel the way I feel about that situation is because I experienced it. And for whatever reason, nobody's saying anything. Like, nobody.
So let me ask you this, though. Is it
if someone in that situation had more to
Hi, I'm Nicole.
In that situation had more to gain by being with somebody, right?
I see what you're saying. I'm remaining kind of
neutral. I'm not saying this is like everybody, but just timing wise, like it was all during the Me Too thing. And to me, it feels like she struck while Aaron was hot because it always stung to me. And I never said anything, and who cares what I say? But the more you see somebody's, and I'm not saying he was a peach.
Right.
At all. I'm sure there's problems there. But to have him lose everything over and nothing happens on the other side, it also delegitimized, I think, people who are actually experiencing, domestic violence and abuse, because it's like, well, just think what's happening is complete and utter nonsense. That's my feeling. And I wish I could tell like more. Like I got fun stories, I just got wild stories of that set in particular. That would be fun because Evan Peters was there. Cam Jagant. Like I got fun stories. Like that was a fun movie to be a part of.
Yeah,
and to
like it.
what we were doing for 3 months. We were in like summer camp,
right?
And we all acted like fools. Like the stuff we got away with, but I was proud. That was probably my first exposure to like, oh, this is what happens in Hollywood and LA. And let me tell you something, people, it's all bad.
Okay.
I think he did a good job there, summing it up. And he's kind of ahead. This is 2 years ago, right? So he's hearkening back to the beginning of the Rum Diary, and he saw it all unfold. And it's got to be crazy to see that all the way, a decade ago and go, holy shit, that's where this is all headed. Holy shit. And he sees the Tasha Von Ree stuff. That's got to freak you. Honestly, and we heard the stories. This predates the stuff we played last time.
Yeah. 2 years, you said?
Yeah. This is 2 years ago. This is from Cindy Lou Who found this.
Okay. Thank you. It's a good clip. I would want to, because he later, was this on his channel? Do you know? Because he later started a channel. Okay.
Stephen and Brian show, if everybody wants to check it out. He circles back, and he deserves you to watch it because that's where we got it from.
Notice his microphone used to be better than it is now.
I know.
All right. Well, we're at 4 hours exactly. So you ready to wrap it up?
Yeah, let me just end with the quote from Blow to
Okay.
Rip Ray Liotta, rest in power, as my black friends say. And as George Jung would say, may the wind always be at your back and the sun upon your face, and the winds of destiny to carry you aloft to dance with the stars.
Very nice job as always. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. We love you, and we will talk at some point.
See you on Radio Gunk this week. I think Wednesday is the next one, and then we'll see you with another Deppening. The next one's going to be Depp's Closure, where we compare.
Unless you decide to do a stream next week sometime.
Yeah, that's it. We'll do both.
But yeah, just make sure you're subscribed so you get the notification. We'll let you know ahead of time before he gets on. So, all right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. I love you.